Please note that this content is for educational purposes and for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. More details available in the description box. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we're going to start watching the Chen trial. So welcome to all of you on day one. If you missed the trial prep episode, it is linked in the description box for you. Let me know. Is my microphone loud enough for you? Let me know. And you can check that out there and you will learn a lot about this case. But if you're only joining for the first time today, or if you're a replay watcher and you didn't do your homework, then just expand the description box. And then you can read a little bit about the case background there, and you'll find a link to the playlist where all the other content is. Jenny says, hi, fellow Grizzlies and Grizzly, happy 11 months to you. Happy Grizzlyversary to you. All right, so let me give a brief overview. Chen is on trial for the murder of his girlfriend at the time, Jasmine Pace. Now, he was only 22 years old at the time when this happened in November of 2022, and she was only 22 years old when he allegedly stabbed her more than, 60 times. And then he hid her body in a suitcase and threw the suitcase in a ditch. Then he kept her social media profiles going, pretending that she was still alive. And he was doing all of that from his parents' house. He fled the area and went to his parents' house in Nolensville, Tennessee. So this case takes place in Chattanooga, Tennessee. The jury came from Nashville, and so they were already selected last week. It is a sequestered jury, and this trial is expected to last about 10 days. So if you take 10 business days, that's why they say 2 weeks, right? So they say it's about 2 weeks long that this trial will last. Now, we're starting later if you're watching live with me today, because this morning, the entire morning, they had a Daubert hearing, I think is what it's called, where the defense had introduced this witness, a forensic psychologist, they would like to testify at this trial. And man, oh man, was the state upset with that. The prosecutor was very snarky, and she did not like that. Okay, like, why the hell now? Like, we've been preparing for this trial for years now. Here we are. What do you mean? So that went on for quite some time. They had Dr. Douglas Lewis on a Zoom call, and he was being questioned, obviously, by the state and by the defense. And so the judge is yet to decide. You know, he said that the defense will let him know as they proceed. So I don't know if he's going to testify or not. But if you want to go and watch that whole thing, you can watch it on Law and Crime. There's a few other channels covering this as well. Channel 9 locally in the area is covering this trial and case as well. So if you want to just go and watch that, I would recommend a little bit faster speed, and then you could see that. Thank you so much, Ash. She said, can't wait for a new trial with my favorite YouTuber. Thank you so much. All right, now let's bring this up. We like to defluff over here. So every single day we are going to start later than the court feeds, and I will pause sometimes to make commentary. If that's not your thing, then you got to go watch on the live court feeds where there's no YouTuber in the corner, okay? But I know many of you are here because you like watching with me and you like watching as a community, and you like my commentary. So we'll continue to do that. Please like as well the video and share so that others can learn that we are live right now. And let's go. This is the guy, Chen. So he must be 24 now. He's really he's got quite the haircut, hey? I think from what we learned yesterday, he's still in the jail. He's being held on a $5 million bond. But yeah, he's looking snazzy. Okay, are we ready? Let's put the sound on. I boosted it for you as well because the court audio is unfortunately not so great. So here we go. The audio is also only coming through in one ear. I'll fiddle with my settings to give you the best possible of that.
There will be one chair.
But if you can't hear, just switch your AirPods or AirPods.
Particularly big, over 6 feet, you can stretch your legs. That might be a good chair for you. That'll be her chair. All right, please be seated. Welcome again to Chattanooga. Welcome to the courtroom. As you can see, it's the exact opposite of where we were last week.
Okay, so sound warning already. The judge really needs a microphone. So if anyone from the courtroom sees this, please, judge, please. The judge really needs a microphone, okay?
How the courtroom is laid out, so it feels a little backwards too. That's how we felt all last week. Hope you had a restful night last night. We already started the trial momentarily. And with that, I'll have you all stand and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm to well and truly try the issues and traverse herein joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant, Jason Chen, upon a true bill of indictment charging him with the offense of first-degree murder, abuse of a corpse, a true deliverance made, and a true verdict rendered, according to the law and evidence, so help you God.
Please be seated. You got a little bit of a taste. I'm sorry if what's in front of you in some ways. You're in court now. There will be a lot of times like this morning where we spent basically all morning in the pre-trial matters. So be prepared. There will be some times where we ask you to step out. And be patient with us and work the matters that at any end save time for everything. All right, Terry, you bring the officers in there.
We'll monitor the sound. I might need to boost a bit more.
Let's all stand in front of the jury. All right, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will take charge of this jury, keep them separate and apart from all persons, not allow them to communicate in any manner with anyone or anyone with them, and as it concerns the matter on trial, nor with you, nor you with them, that you will deliver them safely into court, so help you God. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as a presentment. A presentment is a formal accusation charging a defendant with one or more criminal offenses. The presentment does not constitute evidence. Presentment 315228 charges the defendant with two offenses: first-degree premeditated murder and abuse of a corpse. These offenses and any lesser included offenses will be defined for you later in the trial. To presentment 315228, the defendant pleads not guilty. The defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. He may not be found guilty unless, after hearing all the evidence, arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is defined as that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required. And this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. The state carries the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden remains on the state throughout the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence, produce any evidence, or make any statements or arguments. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the offenses charged in the presentment. You must base that decision only on the evidence presented during this trial and the court's instructions about the applicable law to be applied. Next will be the parties' opening statements. The state will describe the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. Opening statement itself is not evidence. It operates to help you understand the evidence that will be presented during the trial. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement. Then comes the state's case in chief, during which the state will present its evidence. The evidence will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the lawyers for the parties. Jurors, you will be allowed to ask witnesses questions. Any juror who has a question for a witness should put your question or questions in writing. Let Felix or the court officers know. The questions will remain anonymous and should not include your name. The court will consult with the parties outside your hearing and decide how and whether the question should be asked. I may ask the juror's question in whole or in part, or may change the wording of the question. This is very important. You shall not give any meaning to any question that was not asked or that the meaning of the wording has been changed. The question might not have been asked because doing so would be unfair to the defense. Your question might not be asked because it would be unfair to the state. The question might not be asked because both lawyers have decided not to ask the question. The question might be asked because another witness might be better suited to answer your question. But here's the takeaway. You cannot speculate as to why one of your questions was not asked or why it was asked in a different form. It could be for a number of very important reasons or not so important reasons. But one thing is for certain, speculating would definitely be unfair to someone. That's why you cannot speculate on why a question was not asked. After the state completes its case in chief, the defendant may present evidence. Again, the defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden always remains on the state to establish that the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. After you've heard all the evidence, you will receive written instructions about the rules of law that you are to use. Finally, the parties will be offered an opportunity to present closing arguments. During closing arguments, the parties will summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence. As with opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. At that point, the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You'll then begin your deliberations in the jury room. It will be your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law as will be provided to you in the court's instructions to the facts. From that application, you will arrive at a verdict. Your deliberations will be in secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdicts to anyone. Your role as jurors includes making judgments about witness testimony. In making that decision of credibility of witnesses, you may ask yourself questions like, did the witness impress you as honest? Did the witness have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did the witness have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness have a good memory of the relevant events? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the relevant events? Did the witness appear to understand the question clearly, answering directly? And did the witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? Do not base your verdict on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than the other. Your job is to consider the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Circumstantial evidence and direct evidence constitute the basic types of evidence. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer that other facts exist. Both types of evidence carry equal value under the law. You will not receive a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. I'm going to repeat that. You will not receive a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. That means that you must listen very carefully to the witnesses as they testify. You're not required to take notes. If you wish, you may take notes during the trial for your own use. You have to provide a pen and paper if you...
Let me just pause it a bit quickly. So they may take notes and they may ask questions. That's really nice as well. If you don't know, this case is taking place in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I'm saying Chattanooga a lot at home. I like the sound of that place. Chattanooga, Tennessee. And the case, as I'm typing in chat, dates back to November 23rd of 2022. Okay, so I wanted to say also to someone... Oh, KK said, for those who watched the pre-trial, it wasn't a pre-trial, it was a Daubert hearing to see if they could qualify the defense witness that they want to be part of this trial, a forensic psychologist, you know, as an expert witness. They haven't come to a decision yet from everything that I watched and gathered. And my opinion is, if you watch that and if you're going to go watch that, is that he didn't meet personally with the defendant. He didn't interview family or friends. I think he's qualified, but I'm not sure if the judge will allow him to testify at this trial as an expert. So we shall see.
Decide to take notes. Both the state and the defendant deserve a fair trial. Accordingly, you must make your decision based only upon the evidence presented in the courtroom. Any juror who engages in independent research about persons or matters relating to the case violates the fairness of the trial. This has been a sequestered jury, so you will not have access to any electronics. But it's important that you know that until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss the case even with your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors only. You must not discuss the case with anyone other than your fellow jurors until you have returned the verdict and the case is at an end. One of the things that comes up every now and then and over the days is sometimes jurors will feel like they have to talk to the case about someone, so they'll talk to a court officer about it. You can't do that either. You can't talk to the court officer about general procedure, defendants in general, so you can talk about anything other than this case and criminal procedure, the lawyers, parties, this court as well. If you find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, there will be a sentencing hearing, after which you will determine for the offense of first-degree premeditated murder, the defendant should be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or life imprisonment. If you find the defendant guilty of any offense other than first-degree premeditated murder, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment for any offense other than the first-degree premeditated murder. And for your information, again, as I said in Nashville last week, this is not a death penalty case. At times during the trial, a party may make an objection. This simply means that the party is requesting a decision by the court on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection is made or from the ruling on that objection. The rulings only relate to the legal guidance that the court must provide to the lawyers and should not influence your thinking. If an objection to a question is sustained, do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, you will receive instructions not to consider a particular statement that was made, and you should therefore put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. Finally, during the course of trial, we may have to halt the proceedings to confer about the rules of law that should apply. We may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. For more complex issues, you may be moved to the jury room. These conferences resolve legal issues and guide our trial proceedings, so please remain patient because in the long run, they save time for everyone. This completes my opening comments to you. Ready to read the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Feisty lady. I think her name is Coty Womp, the state prosecutor. And the other prosecutor's name is Paul Moyle. And the defense attorney is Josh Weiss. Okay, so I'm going to take Jason Chen off the screen now. So let's do that. Okay, I just wanted you to see what he looks like. Jason Chen and Jasmine Pace met on a dating app, and Jasmine had only known him for a few months. And she went over to his apartment the night that she did because her grandmother had passed away. She was grieving the loss of her grandmother, and she wanted some comfort, you know? And shockingly, I don't know what the hell happened in that apartment, but by 2:15 in the morning, neighbors heard a woman screaming, and none of them called the police, unfortunately. And it turns out that she was stabbed more than 60 times, and her body was put in a suitcase, and then he went to Walgreens, and he bought hydrogen peroxide and all sorts of things, bandages, you know. He went twice to the Walgreens to go and buy cleaning products, and he cleaned up the apartment, and then he got out of there, and he went to his parents' house. And they found Jasmine's body on, I think it was December 1st. You know, we did some Maptime in the trial prep if you want to check out just the general area. And so here we are now in January of 2025, finally at the trial. Okay, let's hear what the opening statements will be.
State of Tennessee, Criminal Court for Hamilton County, 2023. Count 1, the grand jurors upon their oath do present that Jason Chen, on or about the 23rd day of
The charges first, the charges.
November 2022, in Hamilton County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation inflict mortal injuries on Jasmine Pace, which resulted in the death of Jasmine Pace on or about the 23rd day of November 2023, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202 against the peace and dignity of the state.
How does Mr. Chen plead to count 1?
Not good.
No.
Count 2, The grand jurors, upon their oath, do present that Jason Chen, on or about the 23rd day of November 2022, in Hamilton County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did knowingly, without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, or disposed of a corpse in a manner known to be in violation of the law, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-17-312, against the peace and dignity of the state. This indictment, I'm sorry, Judge. This indictment was signed by the District Attorney General and was filed with the Clerk of the Courts on March the 23rd, 2023. Thank you, Your Honor.
Damn, I think they're already starting with evidence here. This could be the suitcase, because they did talk about that this morning.
This is the suit.
Okay, whoa. This is already going to be a very powerful opening statement. I can feel it because of all the visual cues going on, of course. As I've just let you know in chat, that Jasmine was murdered on November 23rd of 2022. Her body was discovered in the area of the 1000 block of Suck Road in Tennessee. That was on December 1st of 2022. Okay, so I'm just going to go back just a few seconds here. Okay, here we go.
This is the suitcase in which Jason Chen stuffed the 98-pound body of Jasmine Pace. That's where I'm going to begin the story. Except I want you to remember that as you hear evidence in the next week, that this is not a story like the one that you read in the novel where you have to imagine the appearances of characters. The evidence that you will hear in this case is very real. The evidence will not require that you use your imagination. Jasmine Pace was very real. And Jason Chen really killed her. The suitcase was located in a brushy area just yards from the bank of the Tennessee River and right off of Suck Creek Road. In it was the body of Jasmine Pace, who had been placed in a fetal position inside of 3 black trash bags. Her right ankle was handcuffed to her right wrist. Her left ankle had been shackled to her right arm. Her wounds were extensive. You will hear from Dr. Cogswell, the medical examiner for Hamilton County, who will describe those wounds in great detail. He stabbed her over and over and over again, not 7 times, not 29 times, not 43 times, but 60 stab wounds. One wound, a through and through, from the right side of the neck all the way through the left. Another so deeply penetrated her rib cage that the tip of the knife broke off into her lung. You will see the tip of that knife. The state of Tennessee is required to prove to you 3 elements for first-degree premeditated murder. The first is that Jasmine was intentionally killed. The second is that it was with premeditation. You will hear facts and evidence. You will see photos. You will hear from witnesses that allow you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that she was intentionally killed and that premeditation was involved. But the third element is that the state of Tennessee has to prove that he did it. I'm going to start from the beginning. The two of them had been seeing each other, Jason and Jasmine. On Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, the week of Thanksgiving, Jasmine left her home and drove to Jason's apartment, a one-bedroom apartment where he lived by himself. She was never heard from again after November 23rd. After November 23rd, 2022, her friends and family never heard from her. She never returned home, and she missed Thanksgiving. Like most families would, they knew something was wrong. You will learn that Jasmine's family quickly suspected that Jason Chen had something to do with her disappearance. Despite the family's best efforts to get the police department involved, initially the Chattanooga Police Department was of no help. Jasmine's family was forced to take matters into their own hands. So, on November 26th, 2022, you will learn that Jasmine's family broke into his apartment. You will hear that. You will hear that they were trying to find their daughter and their sister, and that they went in to his apartment. Of course, Jason wasn't there. But what was there? Some of Jasmine's belongings, including her driver's license and her credit cards. You will hear from a mother who was desperate to find her daughter. Eventually, and only because of the relentlessness of Jasmine Pace's family, the Chattanooga Police Department's Homicide Division executed a search warrant at Jason Chen's apartment on November 28, 2022. The missing persons investigation quickly became a homicide investigation when, even despite his best efforts to clean it up, Jasmine's blood was everywhere. Jasmine Pace's blood, upon the execution of the search warrant, was located all over Jason Chen's apartment. It was obvious that Jason had tried to clean it up based on the scene. You'll see those photos. You'll see photos of cleaning products, but you're also going to see video of Jason Chen on November 23rd, 2022, buying cleaning products at multiple locations, the same day that Jasmine's friends and family stopped hearing from her. You will learn that homicide investigators located Jasmine's body in this suitcase on the side of Sup Creek Road, in part due to Jason's own cell phone location records. They were able to track Jason using those cell phone location records throughout Chattanooga on the day of the 23rd. Walgreens, Walmart, most likely looking for a place to dump her body. But then eventually, at 6 p.m. on November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen leaves his apartment with a suitcase. He enters his vehicle and he drives to Suck Creek Road. You will learn of other efforts that Jason took to try to cover his tracks. How he ditched her vehicle in a random apartment complex on Mountain Creek Road so that it was no longer at his apartment building. He sent text messages to Jasmine's phone to try to create an alibi when she was dead inside of his apartment and he was in possession of her phone. You will hear facts of cover-up. You will learn that police never found Jasmine Pace's phone, but they did find her SIM card. The small chip that goes into the side of our phones to store all of our phone's information, her SIM card was located. Where was it? It was in a glasses case inside of Jason Chen's backpack that was in his possession when he was located by the Chattanooga Police Department. And when you think that you have seen enough evidence that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace, you will be convinced that he stuffed her body in this suitcase after placing it in trash bags, because you will hear from a fingerprint expert. The fingerprint expert will tell you that Jason Chen's fingerprints were found on the innermost trash bag that surrounded her body. In the first few days of trial, you're going to see a few witnesses that may at first seem confusing to you. Bear with me. They are going to be laying the foundation for evidence that you will see through Chattanooga Police Department Homicide Investigator Zack Crawford. Over the course of the upcoming week, the state of Tennessee will prove to you beyond any reasonable doubt that Jason Chen handcuffed, sliced, stabbed, packaged, and discarded Jasmine Pace. I ask that you carefully consider this evidence. The state of Tennessee will give you the dots, and we will help you connect them. At the end of trial, I'm going to humbly ask that you find Jason Chen guilty of murdering Jasmine Pace in the first degree and then abusing her corpse. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. I think she's a grizzly from what I'm seeing from so far from today. Damn. Like that's a very strong opening statement, right? Very impactful in my opinion. Damn, if you were on the jury, because see, this morning when they had this Daubert hearing, the jury they were waiting outside. Shame. They got there, to be ready for 10 o'clock, and yet the hearing went on and on and on, and then they had lunch. So they just had to wait and wait. And maybe by then, just imagine if you're on the jury, like, what is happening? Like, what is this case about? Well, damn. That was impactful. I don't think they're going to forget that. Okay, are we ready for the defense's opening statements? As you saw, Jason Chen was charged with first-degree murder and abuse of a corpse of Jasmine Pace, and he's pleaded not guilty to both.
I told you when we were in Nashville that I wouldn't waste your precious time. I have no intention to waste it during the course of this trial. In the early morning hours of November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace. He didn't do it with premeditation. This is a voluntary manslaughter case. Voluntary manslaughter is the intentional or knowing killing of another in a state of passion produced by adequate provocation, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an unreasonable manner. The state told you during jury selection that in order to prove first-degree murder, they don't have to prove that it was killed, but there wasn't. The state told you in jury selection that they don't have to prove a motive. There isn't. What the state does have to do is prove premeditation. And can't. Because it wasn't. Jason Chen is a first-generation Chinese American. He grew up in Owensville. His parents worked at a Chinese restaurant, worked very hard bringing him up. Jason graduated from high school and then went to college here at Chattanooga, University of Tennessee, at Chattanooga, UTC. In November of 2022, he was a senior with a major in computer science. The year before, he and Jasmine started communicating. They met on Tinder. And after exchanging messages back and forth, they started texting using iMessage. You're going to see the iMessages between Jason and Jasmine. You're going to see how their relationship progressed through these text messages. In 2021, they dated for a few months, but then lost touch. But then about 8 months later, in May of 2022, they rekindled that relationship and they started dating, seeing each other more and more. They obviously got much closer. They traveled to Chicago together that summer. And you're going to see through the text messages, someone was obviously more into this relationship than the other. Jasmine started getting feelings for Jason. And you're going to see through those text messages that Jason didn't reciprocate that as much as she did. Then you come to the week of November 22nd. It was Thanksgiving. Jasmine and her family lost their grandmother. She was in grief. And on the night of November 22nd, around 11 p.m., she came over to Jason's house. And they did what they always do. They drank wine, smoke pot, smoke wax, watch movies, and do what 22-year-olds do. On the night of November the 22nd, they were drinking wine in the back bedroom. You're going to see pictures of the apartment. This apartment is 500 square feet. You can get from the front door to the back door or back wall, less than 10 seconds walking away. Very small apartment. In order to open one bottles of wine in the bedroom, Jason had to go to the kitchen and get a kitchen knife to take off that plastic wrapper that goes around the top of wine bottles. So he was able to get off the top of the wine bottle with plastic around it, and he placed it on his nightstand. At a certain point, they finish off the bottle of wine, and Jasmine goes back into the kitchen to get another bottle. And there on the counter is Jason's cell phone. Ding, 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 ding. That familiar Tinder ding that Jasmine and Jason knew so well because that's how they met. Jasmine looked at his phone and saw all these messages with other girls, with other people. And this was infuriating to her. She was already in grief, and it sent her in anger into a rage, and they started yelling and fighting verbally. Jason came into the kitchen, and you're going to hear from witnesses that can hear both of them arguing. You're going to hear from witnesses that heard this dispute, not the words, but could hear them yelling. Jasmine attacked Jason with an empty wine bottle. And in reaction, Jason kicked her, and she fell backwards, knocking over wine glasses. She picked up one of the wine glasses and ran towards Jason, and Jason retreated, going from the kitchen to his bedroom, which you have to go through the bathroom. She chased after him, and he was trying to close the door to the bathroom, but couldn't because the bath mat got in the way. Then tried to run from the bathroom into the bedroom, but there was a pocket door, and it's impossible to close. And he gets back into his bedroom. And Jasmine's right there coming at him with this broken glass. Jason sees the knife. And he reacts. And he stabs. He blacked out. Your heart is racing. You're in that fight or flight response. Your adrenaline is rushing. You're in panic. You're in fear. You don't know what's going to happen next. Comes to, and he's laying over Jasmine's body, kneeling over it. She's bloody. Sickened by it, Jason crawls on his hands and knees to the bathroom and throws up. He lays there for minutes, and then goes back into the room and sees what he's done. He's scared, in a panic, and he doesn't know what to do. And I wish I was telling you right now that he called 911, that he called the police, but he didn't. even if he had called the police, I still think that we'd be having the same trial today, arguing the exact same issues. From there, Jason decides that he has to cover this up. He has to hide what he's done. He's scared for what his future entails, but more importantly, the shame that he's going to bring on his family, the shame that comes with everything that he's being accused of today. So he sets down his course of trying to hide it. He places Jasmine in trash bags, puts the handcuffs on her after she is dead, so that way she can fit into the trash bags, and so that he can put her into that suitcase. And where he then takes her body in that suitcase and drops her by the banks of the Tennessee River here in Chattanooga. He then sets on course to try to clean up the apartment to his best of his ability. He does a poor job. He tries to hide the fact that what he did by texting her parents, texting Jasmine's parents, by pretending to be her on social media, whatever he can do to give himself an alibi. It's selfish, and it's wrong. But he panicked, and he thought this was the best course of action. There's a couple other things that complicate this case. You're going to hear about Catrina Pace, Jasmine's mother. Any person whose child is missing, who would go to such lengths and have such courage to be connected. She broke into Jason's apartment to search for her daughter. She also went in other times than that first time. She went in at least 3 or 4 other times, doing 2 things. One, contaminating the scene. She couldn't have known what had happened there. I don't think that she purposely contaminated it. But what that's going to show in the evidence is the state's going to show you what's called luminol, blue star agent. That reacts with blood, and it creates a blue image. The cleaning materials and the blood that Jason cleaned up was tracked by Catrina Pace, all of her family that went in and out of this apartment. It was tracked by law enforcement officers going in and out, tracking all through the apartment. Police, in this case, Chattanooga Police Department, and I'm embarrassed to say it, they were incompetent and impotent and unable to help Catrina Pace. In order to incentivize, in order to get the Chattanooga Police Department to look for look for Catrina's missing daughter, to get them to go and look for Jason and to arrest him, she had to stage the scene. She, or perhaps others, I don't know, went into Jason's apartment after meeting with the Chattanooga Police Department to make the scene look more incriminating than it actually was. You'll see a knife on the bed that wasn't there when Chattanooga Police Department went through the apartment initially before the search warrant was issued. You're going to see the differences between what the apartment looked like beforehand and what it looked like after. The second issue is the incompetency and the ineffectiveness of the Chattanooga Police Department. You're going to hear Zack Crawford. You're going to hear him testify at this trial that he told Catrina Pace and her family that he would tarnish this investigation if it meant bringing Jasmine back. Well, that begs the question, what did he do, or what could he have done to tarnish this investigation? What could he have done to manufacture premeditation so the state could show that to you today and over the course of this week? I promise you not to waste your time. The state's talking about fingerprints on trash bags, DNA found at the scene. I don't intend to ask any questions about any of that. The only issue in this case is whether there's premeditation. If there is no premeditation, this is not first-degree murder. This killing didn't happen after calm and cool reflection as the law requires. This is Jason. After being sufficiently provoked, after having his girlfriend run at him with a bottle, with a broken glass, and him reacting in a panic, but acting irrationally. Jason Chen is guilty, but he's not guilty of the crime that he's charged with. Jason Chen should be found guilty of the crime he did, not the crime he didn't do. Thank you.
Okay. Wow. That was interesting. What an interesting story. As Stefan said, I hope that Jason Chen takes the stand, if that's the story, and demonstrates that to us. Explain that, please. I mean, to be like, yeah, I didn't want to dishonor his family, so just kept it hidden that he stabbed his girlfriend 60 times, put a body in a suitcase, threw it in a ditch. You're right. I mean, oh my goodness. And to start off, that's an interesting tactic, right? To be like, well, he's guilty, but not of what he's being charged with. So, of course, the defense attorney is already trying to get him a lesser sentence, right? Because he's saying he's guilty. But of manslaughter? Oh, my goodness. Well, I think the defense, I think they've got a lot of evidence just based on what we heard so far, what we've studied so far about the case. If you didn't do the trial prep, please go check it out. Wow. So, all right. Okay. And to those that are going to say it, I know it. He's only doing his job. Yes, we know. And it's difficult because there's so much evidence in this case. The fingerprints, the digital evidence, from the phones to him impersonating Jasmine. And then people that he went to high school with and college with said that he would impersonate them too on social media, trying to get information from them. So it's a little bit of a pattern. It'll be interesting to hear if they do have any of those witnesses on the stand, right? But okay, I'm liking this trial so far. How about you? Loving watching this with you. And I do think so far that there will be justice for Jasmine.
The rule has been requested. If anybody's going to testify in this case that's not the lead investigator of the case or the Pace family, you need to go and step out.
I also wanted to say, I just forgot now. I was like, what was the other thing I wanted to tell you? That Jasmine's mom, Catrina, actually testified already in all these pre-trial motions and everything leading up to this day where the trial actually starts. So she testified, I think it was actually in February of 2024, and told her side of the story of why she entered Jason's apartment. So did Jasmine's stepfather. They were looking for Jasmine everywhere. And Jasmine had actually, as she was being attacked, she sent her mom a location pin. And it was there at that 110 Tremont Road, which is public record, public information at this trial from the police document. She sent the pin to say, I'm here, and her mom got it the next morning and was thinking, I wonder what that's about. And eventually she went there. And she also tracked Jasmine's vehicle through the My Chevy app. So she found Jasmine's vehicle. She got extremely concerned. She called 911. She went to the location pin. She looked around. She spoke to neighbors. Neighbors said, we heard a noise coming from that apartment last night, apartment 210. And so she got into the apartment. There's different stories of how she got in. Her stepdad at one point also said he just opened the door. The door was just open. But for that defense attorney to say that Jasmine's mother planted evidence, I don't think anyone needed to plant anything to make this crime look any worse than it is. You know what I mean? This crime is absolutely horrendous from what we've heard. So that was painful to hear.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a DVD on Your Honor's screen. The state's going to call to the stand Catrina Bean.
Catrina Bean is Jasmine's mother.
Yes, Your Honor.
And she looks so much like Jasmine, or Jasmine looked so much like her. So her name, obviously, it was Catrina Pace, and Jasmine Pace is her daughter, and Jasmine had 4 siblings. One passed away at the age of 14 from an ATV accident. Shame, her brother. And so the family's already lost 2 children now. That's terrible. So Jasmine's mother is married to what's the stepdad's name again? But that's why she's got the surname Bean. Okay? So that's going to be a powerful first witness. Jasmine's mother. Here we go.
This is the first time.
You may step out any time, Space.
Well, Your Honor.
State's first witness. Space. Hand us phone.
I may have said it wrong. I feel like I can hear it in my own head. Catrina Bean, Jasmine's mom.
Please. Just long. You want to talk to Ms. Pace for just a moment?
Yeah. Well, the court's give me 2 minutes, Judge.
Yes. Mr. Howard, yeah.
We've got some defluffing to do here. Wow. And then they took a huge break. You see why we need to start later. And we started hours later. I'm sure it'll go a little bit better tomorrow. But, yeah. There we go.
Where was Jasmine living in November of 2022?
Nope. We want to see it from the minute she gets on the stand.
Katrina, can you please state your name for the court's record?
Katrina Diane Bean.
And just going to talk a little bit about yourself, your family, before we get started. Do you need a break last night? Do you live in Chattanooga?
Yes.
Are you from Chattanooga?
Yes.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Gregory Scott Bean.
Do you have children?
I do.
How many?
4.
And is one of them Jasmine Pace?
Yes.
Who is Jasmine's biological father?
Travis Pace.
How old was Jasmine in November of 2022?
22 years old.
And can you describe for the jury, just generally, Jasmine's size?
She was tiny. She weighed 100 pounds.
Where was Jasmine living in November of 2022?
In our pool house.
And where would your house, would the pool house be located?
Our house is right above the pool house.
What's the address?
5977 Old Dayton Pike.
And is that
Chattanooga.
Chattanooga? Was Jasmine working anywhere in 2022?
Yes, she worked for us.
And what is us mean? Can you explain
My
that?
husband and I have a construction company. She ran our office.
Ms. Bean, you're very soft-spoken. I want to make sure that the jurors hear the witness, okay? Everyone okay? If you can't, just raise your hand, okay? Thank you, Ms. Bean.
I want you to talk to the jury about what was going on in your family the week of Thanksgiving in 2022, specifically the 21st and the 22nd. Can you talk to the jury about that?
My grandmother that raised me as my mom fighting cancer. Just got finished her treatments and thought it had she'd been in remission and she got sick and quickly within a 24-hour period we had to take her to the emergency room that morning of the 22nd and she died that evening in the emergency room. With all of her family present, including Jasmine and myself.
Was Jasmine close to her grandmother?
Yes.
You testified that Jasmine lived in your pool house. How often were you seeing Jasmine in this period of time?
I saw Jasmine every day, on and off, all day, every day.
Because she lived there and she worked for you?
And we were very close.
At some point After her grandmother passed away, were you not able to get in touch with Jasmine?
Correct. Very next day.
Were you calling her?
I was calling and she didn't answer. I sent messages.
Was that abnormal?
To not hear from Jasmine, yes. And for her not to be there for her family, yes.
Did you know if she was seeing anyone in terms of a dating relationship?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Jason Chen.
And to your knowledge, what was their relationship at that point in time?
They're getting to know each other. She wasn't ready for us to meet him.
So you had never met him?
No.
She had never gone to the house?
No.
Was she private?
She was.
So, when was the last time you saw Jasmine?
November 22nd, 2022.
Do you know about what time, what day she left your house for the last time?
It was about 11 o'clock at night, I guess.
I hope that you guys can hear. If you can't, just ask me questions in the chat, right? If I know, then I'll tell you. For example, from the trial prep we did, they said that Jasmine was seen on surveillance leaving her parents' house at 11:27 p.m. on November 22nd of 2022. And her grandmother had passed away that day. And Jasmine was sad. She was grieving the loss of her grandmother. And she'd actually gone to her boyfriend's house, Jason Chen, seeking comfort. And to think what happened to her is just, that contrast is unimaginable. So at 11:43 p.m. on November 22nd of 2022, she actually arrived at Jason's apartment. So they know that from her vehicle and from the surveillance as well. And so that's what her mom is going through. Her mom said that they had never met Jason. The family hadn't never met him. All she knew was that Jasmine was still like getting to know this guy that she'd met on a dating app, which I think would be Tinder based on what the defense attorney said. And so they don't know too much about him. So then to think of what he is accused of doing, wow.
What caused you to finally take a step to go to Verizon to see if you could check her cell phone records?
Objection. Fact foundation.
Let the proper foundation.
You testified that you could not get a hold of your daughter?
No.
Did you try on the 24th?
Yes.
Were other friends and family trying on the 24th?
I'm not sure. I followed up with the friend that I had received a message from. Her phone line saying that she was going to be with, and couldn't get a hold of her, so I got a hold of her grandmother. Said that Jasmine had not been there for Thanksgiving, and a friend reached me and said that she hadn't heard from Jasmine, that was, she had not been up there, and I was immediately concerned, and I went to Verizon to see about her phone data, if I could locate her. I seen that there hadn't been any activity on her phone for several days, and so I bought a cheap phone in Verizon and had her phone line put on it so that I could get messages that slide into her car app.
Okay, let's pause there because we just testified to a lot. So you testified just now that you learned that Jasmine was not with her friend who you thought she could have been with. Who was that friend?
Emma.
And how did you know that?
Because her grandmother and her both said that she wasn't there with them.
Why did you think that Jasmine would have been with Emma?
Because I received a message from Jasmine's phone on the 23rd, which at the time I didn't pay attention to the wording because I was so upset about my grandmother. But on the 26, when I started getting really concerned, I went back and I read the text again, and the wording said, I'm going with my girlfriend, Emma, to spend Thanksgiving in South Carolina, which Jasmine wouldn't have texted me introducing Emma as her girlfriend because I knew Emma. Emma had spent lots of time around me. So there would be no reason for Jazzy to introduce her that way. That was odd. And then also, I was almost certain that Emma's family was from Kentucky, not South Carolina.
Did you reach out to Emma's family?
I did, as her mother.
And what did you learn?
Jasmine had not been there with her.
Was that really what sparked your significant concern that something could be wrong?
Yes.
And so then you testified that you went to Verizon, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now so let's slow down. You went to Verizon and did explain to them what you asked for them to do and then what Verizon was able to do with Jasmine's phone.
So I logged into our account because Jasmine's phone line is on our plan. And I looked at her activity on her phone line to see if calls made out, calls coming in, text message, if there was any data activity, anything. And there hadn't been for several days.
Okay. No calls? No activity on apps? What is the My Chevy app?
It's an app that tracks your vehicle's movements.
What kind of vehicle did Jasmine drive?
A Chevy SUV.
Okay. And is My Chevy something that comes with the vehicle?
It is.
With every Chevrolet?
I'm not sure.
You knew at that time that it came with Jasmine's stuff?
Again,
Were you involved in purchasing Jasmine's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so, what did you do to log into the My Chevy app?
I had her phone line put on a different phone that I had to confirm the text. You get a confirmation so you can log in.
Okay. And what was the point of looking at the My Chevy? I mean, it might seem obvious, but what was the point?
It was so I could locate her car. I couldn't locate her, hadn't talked to her, found out that she wasn't where I received a message saying she was going to be or who she was going to be with. So the next thing would be to find her car, and maybe I find her.
And did the My Chevy app show that she left your house on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
And did it show you a destination for her vehicle on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
I'm going to show you two separate pictures and just ask you to look at them for a second. Do you recognize those two pictures?
Yes.
What is that?
This is from the My Chevy app, a map and then a timeline of her car's movements on November 22nd at 11:27 p.m.
Do these photos accurately represent what you saw when you pulled up her My Chevy app on November 26, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be State's Exhibit number 1. It's 2 pages.
Any picture. There you go. Exhibit 1.
Permission published. All right, so I know that this is strange where you're sitting, but this is going to be behind you, so you can sort of turn and also talk to the jury at the same time. So Chevrolet Smart Driver, that's sort of how we know it's a Chevrolet, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then November 22nd, 2022, that this reflects the time that her vehicle showed?
Yes.
Okay. And you see this black dot up there?
Yes.
What does that represent to you?
That's the area that my house is at.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For anyone not following, Jasmine's mother was very worried because she hadn't heard from her at all. So she tracked Jasmine's car, which was a 2021 Chevy Equinox, using the My Chevy app. And she found that it was actually parked at the Signal View Apartments. And when they got there, Jasmine's sister actually said the vehicle didn't even look like Jasmine's because it was so clean. Like it had been meticulously cleaned inside out, right? And so at 7:10 a.m. on November 26th of 2022, Jasmine's mom called 911 because she's like, this is so weird that her car is parked here, but her location that she sent me was from this other apartment, and she'd been to the apartment and spoken to neighbors. They said, yes, they heard a woman screaming from that apartment at 2:15 in the morning, which was the same time that Jasmine sent the location pinned to her mother on November 23rd of 2022. Okay, so are we following? That's what they're showing here is, they're showing where Jasmine's mother stayed and where she was tracking the vehicle, Jasmine's vehicle, to using the My Chevy app. Welcome, Jeff.
All right. The second page of State Exhibit 1. Does it show you the address from which the vehicle left and arrived?
Yes.
And can you read that address out loud?
5977 Old Peyton Pike.
Okay.
That's my address.
And then destination?
The 108 Tremont Street.
Did you know at that time what was at 108 Tremont Street?
No.
Did it mean anything to you?
No.
Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
What is that?
Also another map and timeline of her car's movements from the app.
Okay, and is that an accurate reflection of what you saw on the My Chevy app attached to Jasmine's car in November of 2022?
It is.
Your Honor, that's this State's Exhibit number 2. It's a 2-page document.
Suits you.
All right, so now we pull this up on the screen. This black dot down here, what does that mean to you?
That's where her car started.
Well, around, and you can look at State's Exhibit number 1 if you like. What approximate location do you recall? What approximate location was that?
The Tremont Street.
Okay. And then, can you see here where that, do you see what that little black dot says? Can you read that? Would you agree that it says start? Here it is. Would you agree that it says start?
Yes. Yes, it says start.
Okay. And so this is November 23rd. This is the next day, right?
Yes.
And so what does that black dot say?
That's where the vehicle stopped.
Okay. Next page here. This will help you a little bit. So the My Chevy app showed that on November 23rd, 2022, a vehicle started at 108 Tremont Street.
Yes.
And then ended just a few minutes later, arrived rather at 900 Mount Creek Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, Ms. Bean, based on this, what did you and your family proceed to do?
We went to 900 Mountain Creek Road
Why?
because that's where her car was last.
And at this point in time, who was with you?
My husband and I believe my Jasmine's sister, Gabby, had met us there. I don't remember right, she arrived. My oldest son.
Okay. Is that it?
I think so.
What was located at 900 Mount Creek Road?
My daughter's car.
What area was that of?
It's apartment buildings. It was in the back corner of the apartment buildings.
When you say it, you mean her vehicle was?
Yes.
So, explain to the jury what you did when you arrived at 900 Mount Creek Road. What did you and your family proceed to do?
We called the police.
After you found her vehicle?
Yeah.
Did you fairly quickly find her vehicle?
Yes, it took us right to it.
The My Chevy app took you right to it?
The address on the My Chevy app.
Took you right to her vehicle.
Yeah.
Was anybody in her vehicle?
No.
Were the doors locked?
Yes.
And then you stated that you called the police.
Yes.
Did the police officer come to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes.
4 photos here, Ms. Bean. I can just take a look at those. You recognize those photos?
Yes.
What's depicted in those photos?
My daughter's car is in 2 of the photos, and my husband and I are in a photo. And on another photo, you can see Jasmine's sister, myself, talking on the phone to Jason Chen, and my husband also in the corner talking to the officer.
And do you know if these photos are from a body camera from November 23rd, 2022?
I'm assuming.
Okay. Was that, are they taken from the point of view of the officer to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect what that apartment building and that parking lot looked like on November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
I'd ask that these 4 photos be taken to the 3 check.
Are these separate photos?
Therefore.
Okay, can we mark them?
So, of course, Catrina, Jasmine's mother, hadn't heard from her since November 22nd of 2022. So when she saw that, wow, okay, Jasmine sent me a location pin. All right. And then she tracked her vehicle. And that all took some time to do. On November 26th of 2022, Jasmine's mother called 911 because she's like, oh my goodness, she's missing. So I don't know if we'll hear that 911 call or not, but that's when that happened, just so that you know the timeline.
Separately, because it's easier to report for you.
Yes, Your Honor.
So just unless that will mess up your presentation.
No.
Okay. Tips 3, 4, 5, and 6. One marker. Go ahead.
Sure. Does the matter order? Yeah.
I'll be refer to the exhibit number when you're talking.
Yes.
Jurors, you will be able to take these exhibits back to the courtroom with you, so when you hear a witness or you're talking about exhibit 3, exhibit 5, make a note of it. It'll make it easier for you to refer to the juror. Thank you, gentlemen.
Behind you, Miss Bean, you will see State's Exhibit number 6. Is that yourself in the white t-shirt?
Yes.
Who is that next to you?
My husband.
And I'm going to have you with this pointer here. You can see that red is a button. If you can point out Jasmine's vehicle.
Right there.
Okay, and that is the white Chevrolet. Okay. Then,
Also, right there, Jasmine's vehicle.
okay, State's Exhibit number 5 is what the witness is looking at, and that, again, the closest vehicle to us, correct, is Jasmine's vehicle.
Correct.
All right. This would be State's Exhibit number 3. Describe who we see in that photo.
That is Jasmine's sister, Gabby Pace. That's myself. That's my husband.
Okay. One more photo, and then I'm going to go back to this one. I'm sorry. I think we have 2 of the same exhibit, Judge.
If you just call exhibit 4 duplicate, then
Yes, Judge.
exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is a duplicate, Judge. Okay.
Okay, so now you can see the date on top there. I've also put it here. The body cam is from November 26th of 2022 because they found Jasmine's car and they called 911 because they knew something was really wrong. It was also parked at this 900 Mountain Creek Road area, which is just like a residential area, apartments. They wouldn't know why it was parked there. And it was just doors locked, just standing there, right? Carrie B says, anyone know why she dropped the pin? Was that a regular thing between daughter and mother? I think it was a cry for help because at that point, maybe we'll learn some more. Obviously, we will during this trial. They're going to iron out all those details. But from everything that we've studied so far, from all the media reports, they said that at 2:15 a.m. on November 23rd of 2022, neighbors heard a woman screaming and they heard, something going on in apartment 210. And it was also around that time, at 2:15 a.m., that Jasmine sent a location pin to her mother. So maybe, she knew that she's in trouble and that was the quickest thing to send. She couldn't call her or text her, so she just sent the location pin to her mom. Okay, let's see if they're going to play this.
Catrina, Did you,
Are we eliminating that exhibit or?
It's exhibit 4, so it's more as referred to as exhibit.
Okay, I just want to make sure I keep it this.
do you know anybody that lives at 900 Mount Creek Road?
No,
Did you ever know Jasmine to visit 900 Mount Creek Road?
no.
Did you knock on any doors that night?
We knocked on so many doors. The apartment complex was large, but I can't tell you how many doors we knocked on.
Did you learn anything significant?
No.
So you testified that in one of these photos, which is the photo that's on the screen behind you, states exhibit number 3, that you were on the phone with Jason Chen.
Correct.
Why did you call Jason Chen at this location?
I actually didn't even realize it was him at first. I had her call log. I just got done browsing and going over and seeing who she talked to recently, and so I was just calling the numbers on her call log.
When was the last time that she had talked to this number that you called?
The night before the 22nd.
And do you recall, based on her phone records, for how long that conversation lasted?
Yes, it was 71 minutes.
So to be clear, when you called Jason here in this photo that we're looking at, you didn't know it was Jason Chen?
Not until he said his name.
Had you spoken to him before this moment?
No.
And you said before he said his name was Jason Chen. Did he verify that it was Jason?
Yes.
Did you ask him when the last time was he saw Jasmine?
I did. I started off with letting him know that she's missing. If he wanted to know if he had any idea where she would be at, because they were dating, and asked when he last spoke to her, how did she seem. I don't remember what all I asked him, but those were the.
Did he seem concerned?
No, he didn't.
And he said that he hadn't spoken to her. When was the last time he said he spoke to her?
I don't remember what he said. I remember that it was a lie. I had him on speakerphone, but I don't recall what he said.
Did he admit to talking to her on the 22nd when you asked him when the last time was that he
I
spoke to
think
her?
from what I can remember, he changed his story and said, "Oh, I did talk to her," and I asked for how long, and he had said just a few minutes, I believe. And I muted the conversation and asked the officer, should I confront him? He has just lied about multiple things. I have the proof right here, and so it sticks out to me.
Did you confront him?
I did.
And what did he say?
That he had to get off the phone. He was at the airport.
Did you ask him where he lived?
I did ask him where he lived.
And what did he say?
500 Tremont Street.
Did he ask you?
I wonder why I lied like the 500 Tremont Street. I think it was at 110 Tremont Street. That's a weird little lie to put in there. Apparently, Catrina, Jasmine's mom, had Jason on the phone for 71 minutes. Because she called 911. The police came out to the vehicle. They were going to the place where Jasmine sent the location pin from, which so happened to be Jason Chen's apartment. And he was on the phone. She was able to keep him on the phone for 71 minutes.
Any questions
No.
about Jasmine?
No.
Did he ask you any questions about what you guys had done to find her?
No.
Did he offer his assistance?
No.
So, do you recall the name of the officer that came to Mountain Creek Road?
Pierre, I believe.
Okay, and describe to the jury how helpful, in your opinion, Officer Pierre was able to be.
He took a report, gave me a card, said that he would pass the information along to a detective that would be signed. I would probably hear from them in 24 to 48 hours. And that's really all he could do.
He, do you recall if he was gonna go to 500 Tremont Street to see if Jason was there?
I asked him to follow me, and he said he could not do that.
Okay. Do you recall if at any point in time while he was there, he tried to contact another, potentially an investigator with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I don't remember. I was on the phone with Jason Chen.
Did anybody else from the Chattanooga Police Department come to Mountain Creek Road?
I do not believe so.
At Mountain Creek Road or soon thereafter, did you receive a call from anybody from the Chattanooga Police Department?
No,
No investigator called you to follow up?
no.
So did Officer Pierre leave Mountain Creek Road?
Yes,
When he left, were you still there?
yes.
And what did you proceed to do?
We called a tow for our daughter's vehicle to get to our house. We continued knocking on doors, showing pictures of my daughter, asking if anyone had seen her. We talked to the security officer at the apartments to see if he could help us with footage, since we knew the timing when her vehicle entered there, so we could see if Jasmine was driving the vehicle, so we'd know where to start looking. We started calling friends and family, asking for help to look for her.
Let me pause right there. Did you speak with the security officer at Mountain Creek Road?
I did.
Do you recall his name?
I do not.
That's okay. Did Officer Pierre assist you in contacting that security officer? Do you recall?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you did speak to the security officer on this night?
I did, and then he actually called me back, and we went back there to look at security footage after he was able to get it.
And did you view that security footage?
I did.
Did it show your daughter's vehicle arriving at Mountain Creek Road?
It did.
Did you see who was inside?
No, you couldn't tell.
Okay. All right. So back to what you all did after that. You stayed at Mountain Creek Road. You talked to the security officer. At what point did you leave Mountain Creek Road?
Shortly after that, we went to 500 Tremont Street.
What?
Jason Chen said that's where he lived.
What was it, 500 Tremont Street?
It was a abandoned house that was under construction. We spoke to some neighbors, asking, showing Jasmine's picture and asking if they had seen her.
Did you go other locations as well after you left Mountain Creek Road?
I did. By this time, there was multiple people sending in messages to Jasmine's best friend Bailey, and about where he possibly lived, people that had worked with him.
You say him, do you mean Jason Chen?
I do.
Okay.
I remember we went to a Mr. Burrito downtown because I guess above there is apartments that somebody called in and said that he lived there. He did priorly live there, but it wasn't there no more, so we just kept going and looking at any place that,
And who all was with you? Did anybody else join the search party? Is what I'll
yes,
call it?
Travis Pace and his girlfriend Jackie, I'm not sure of her last name.
Travis's son, Jasmine Pace.
Correct.
Anybody else?
And his girlfriend at the time, Jackie. And then later on in that evening, a friend of ours, Wayne Tubbs, had joined us too.
Okay. Is there anywhere else throughout the night that you went looking for Jasmine before you arrived at 110 Tremont?
I don't remember everywhere that we went. It was, I had slept a couple of days, and we were just searching everywhere. once the security officer from the apartments had got back with us, we were, at one house we just spoke to Chen's parents, which they just said, don't call back again. And we went back to the apartments to view the security footage. And while doing so, I looked back at mine and her messages.
You and whose messages?
Mine and Jasmine's messages.
Okay.
And seeing that she had sent me a pin drop, her location. And that's why we went to the 110 tree line.
What caused you to look back at your and Jasmine? So when you say conversations, you mean your text thread?
Yes, our text thread.
What caused you to go back and look at that?
I don't remember. We were trying to get the footage working at the apartments with the help of the security officer. And I went on our thread and I seen it. And I didn't notice it before because I had sent her a pin drop on the 22nd because we normally had been taking my grandmother to the hospital downtown, and we didn't that day. And so I had sent her a pin drop showing her what hospital we were at. So, and I didn't notice that she had sent me a pin drop because I thought it was a pin drop I had sent to her.
Objection.
Is it a sidebar or? Yes, we can see it now. Shame this camera person is very busy, hey? Sure. Her poor mother. Thank you so much all for being here. There's a lot of you here today. My goodness, okay? If you didn't see the trial prep episode and you know nothing about this case, I would highly recommend checking it out after today. It was less than an hour. It was 54 minutes long, including the intro and outro. And you can get the whole story within about half an hour. So I would recommend it.
I want to clear something up, Katrina. When you say that you located a pin drop, which is basically location sharing, you said from her, being Jasmine, you don't actually know whether it was her or not, but it came from her phone. Is that correct? So you can't testify whether or not she actually sent the pin drop?
No.
But did you have her number saved in your phone?
I do.
And did it come from what
Her
was
phone line,
her
yes.
phone line? Okay. And do you recall approximately the day and time that that location was shared from that phone with you?
It's November 23rd at 2:18 in the morning.
2:18 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
You see, 2:18 a.m. So that's even more specific when you're around 2:15 in the morning. 2:18 a.m., November 23rd of 2022. That's around the same time that the neighbors in that apartment at that 110 Tremont Road said that they heard a woman screaming. And they said it sounded like a fight, but they said the woman was screaming, and it sounded like the way they described it in the articles that we had read was just not in a normal way, meaning probably being attacked, which is very sad because nobody called the police to help her. But they said there was a woman screaming around 2:15 a.m. And at 2:18 a.m., Jasmine's phone, as they want to clarify here for the trial, of course, especially for the defense, they're like, no, you don't know who sent it, but Jasmine's phone sent a location pin to her mother. Her mother only saw it the next day, right? Because it was sent, as I say, in the middle of the night. But I think that was Jasmine's call for help, like just sending the pin of I'm here. You know, this is where I last was. And so, yeah, that matches to that time, which is very scary as well. So just remember that. And if you need any clues of what's going on, you can read the banner up there as well. Catrina Bean is on the stand, Jasmine's mother. It's a direct examination now. The state is asking. The murder took place on November 23rd of 2022 in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a pin drop, coordinates from a message.
Does that accurately reflect what your phone showed when you clicked on that location that was shared with you?
Yes.
And was this photo taken by the Chattanooga Police Department?
I'm not sure.
Is that a picture of your phone?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm asking this be state's exhibit number 7. 78.
Objection.
It could be one. I would say this could be one, Judge. They go together. So 7. All right. So just while you look at the screen again. Is this what was shared with you from your daughter's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And is that another photo? When you click on that location, is this another photo that comes up?
Yes.
What is where this red is? What is this building?
Apartment complex, Jason Chandler's.
So when you saw this location that had been shared with you, what did you do?
We leave, if we go to that location.
Same people with you at this time?
At the moment, it was just Gabby, Travis, Jackie, and myself. Wayne Tubton met up with us later on in the evening, after we arrived there.
What was your reaction when you saw this location drop?
I was scared, because that was not normal. Jasmine had never sent me a pin drop location in the middle of the night.
At the time that you saw the location drop, did you know of anybody that's lived or
No,
frequented this building?
no.
So you traveled to this location. Do you recall what the address was?
I believe it's 110 Tremont Street.
Okay. And it's an apartment building, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then have you turn around? Catrina, I've just pulled up Google Maps, okay? Anyone can access this. Do you recognize?
Correct. We just did Maptime yesterday as well. I was just going to say, it looks the same. I was wondering if this is Google Maps. Because yesterday we did some Maptime. We looked at the area where this is now Jason Chen's, where he had stayed at the time, at that Tremont Road. I think these are called the loft apartments. And he was in apartment 210. That's public record. We're not sharing anything we can't share. And then where they also showed, we looked at the map at 900 Mountain Creek Road, where Jason Chen had parked Jasmine's vehicle. He'd also gone to Walgreens. He went twice. Apparently somewhere in there's also a Walmart. Someone had sent me an email to say that the little screenshot I took of the receipt actually shows that it's a Walmart receipt. So I think he went to a Walmart and a Walgreens to go and buy all sorts of cleaning supplies. And then he went to Nolensville, Tennessee to hang out with his parents.
This location?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is the apartment building that I found my daughter's stuff in.
Okay. And do you recall when you got there, if you entered into a particular door that you could see in this photo?
I went into the door right there.
Okay. Let's see. The door, you're pointing to the only door you can see in this photo, is that correct?
Correct.
Double door.
Mm-hmm.
And then, is this a parking lot?
It is.
Is there a parking lot on the other side of the building?
I'm not sure.
Where did you all park when you got there?
I actually parked right back in my car.
On the street?
I did. It was right by the parking lot.
Okay.
Or, yeah.
Everybody's together, and so how did you get into the apartment building?
Actually, a gentleman that lived there had let us in.
Did you tell them why you were there?
Yes.
And then what did you proceed to do in the building?
We knocked on every door. We were also trying to follow the coordinates with our phone to guide us to the coordinates that was sent to me.
What were you asking people when you knocked on the door?
If they had seen my daughter, showed them pictures.
And Did something cause you to arrive at apartment 210?
Yes.
What was that?
Spoke to a neighbor that told me that
Objection, your side.
It's not going to matter now.
From prior hearings, I believe this is going to explain why she did what she did. So for the non-hearsay purpose, shall be admitted to objection number. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear the witness describe statements made by someone else other than her. They're not to be taken for the truth and matter certain. They're only to be taken for the admissibility purpose of explaining why Ms. Bean did what she did.
So what led you to apartment 210?
the neighbor said that he heard a woman scream within several minutes of the pin drop that I had received from my daughter.
Was
And
he,
from that direction, and Jason's apartment door was the only one that someone didn't answer.
so the person told you that the scream had come from a certain apartment. Was that apartment 210?
It was.
And did you and your family knock on that door?
We did. No one answered it.
Okay. Explain to the jury what you and your family members then proceeded to do.
I got a credit card from my wallet out of my car, and we broke into the apartment.
So that's true, because yesterday when we did the trial prep, which I can see some of you didn't do, based on your questions, you're very naughty. But thank you for being here. I hope you will check it out at some point, because then at least all the frequently asked questions will be answered. Like, how long did they date? They met on a dating app and only dated from around May of 2022. The murder took place on November 23rd of 2022. So only a few months, which is really scary. And also what we had read from different sources yesterday, all the local news saying, how did Jasmine's mother and stepfather even get into the apartment? Because they went there, because that's where Jasmine had sent the location pin from. That's where the pin took them. And so they asked neighbors. The neighbors said that they heard screams coming from that apartment. They knew which apartment, which was apartment 210. And so some reports said that the stepdad just pushed the door open, that the door was just unlocked. He could just, move the handle and open the door. And other reports said that Jasmine's mom, who's on the stand now, Catrina, had actually used a credit card to break into the apartment, which of course is why there were so many motions leading up to this trial, because the defense, of course, wanted all evidence then thrown out that was found in the apartment because Jasmine's mom had broken into the apartment. And that's why in opening statements, the defense said, well, maybe they planted evidence. Maybe they put a knife on the bed. Who knows what else they did in that apartment. That's something that he can work with, of course. However, the judge had said in previous motions that, well, they were looking for their daughter. They were desperate to find Jasmine, and they thought maybe she could be in there because that's where the pin came from. So the judge actually didn't throw out all the evidence that the defense wanted thrown out. And when Jasmine's mom went into that apartment, so she just said that she kind of broke into the apartment with a credit card, right? She went in there, and on the countertop, she saw Jasmine's bag and driver's license and multiple credit cards. And yeah, then she was really worried and also told the police, you see, here's proof that she was here. Something has gone very wrong. Initially, sadly, the police didn't take them very seriously, okay?
I knew something. It was too close to when my daughter sent me a pin of her coordinates. The coordinates were almost exact.
Was anybody there?
No.
What did you start doing when you got into the apartment?
We opened up the door and seen cleaning supplies and a notebook. I opened the notebook, seeing that it was Jason Chen's apartment. Opened up.
How did the notebook let you know that it was Jason's apartment?
It had his name on it.
Okay.
Opened up desk drawers, found my daughter's ID and credit cards that I had seen on the counter. A little travel bag of hers.
So you located some of Jasmine's belongings.
I did.
And you mentioned a desk. Where, when you walk in the door to Jason's apartment, can you describe to the jury where the desk was at?
You walk in, It would be to your right.
Okay. And who was it that opened that drawer of his desk?
I don't remember if it was myself or Travis. They were all right together. Took pictures of us entering and took pictures of the credit cards and the ID in the desk.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What item?
Jason Chen's apartment door, and right when you first walk into his apartment.
Does that photo depict the desk that you were just testifying to?
Yes.
Is that what you recall looking like on November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's a proceeding states next to exhibit.
Sorry, you said two.
I think a lot of people also joined late and you may have missed the opening statements because you're asking what's the motive. We don't actually know what the motive was. It's very strange to think that Jasmine went to her boyfriend's apartment. She was apparently, according to the reports, grieving the loss of her grandmother. And so for that to turn into, whoa, like what happened, right? What happened in that apartment? That's pretty scary. But the defense attorney in his opening statement said that the feelings were not quite, kind of like balanced in the relationship, almost like Jasmine's wanted Jason more than he wanted her. I mean, okay, I don't believe that, but okay. And that he got messages on Tinder. So when he got a message and she heard that noise, which I don't know how the defense attorney would know this, probably based on what Jason's saying, of course, then she got jealous, upset, an argument ensued, and she was like chasing him around the house, and he's just trying to lock himself in a bedroom, and then he just suddenly, it sounds like they're going for self-defense because he's saying it's manslaughter. So what? He had to suddenly defend himself and stab her 60 times? I mean, good luck with that one to the defense attorney. But that's some insight into what may have happened that night with a Tinder message and maybe an argument or something. I don't know. It could also be the other way around. That Jasmine got a Tinder message and baby boy was very, very jealous. That sounds about right, but I'm speculating right now.
Exhibits.
There are two photos, Judge.
Let's make them 8 and 9. And let's finish marking.
8 and 9. I'm showing the jury what's been marked now as State's Exhibit 9. So, Ms. Pace, you testified to, what is this behind you?
Jason Chen's door.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 8. Explain to the jury where we're at in Jason's apartment in relation to the door.
The door is to the left of this shoe rack.
And is that the desk here to the right that you were talking about?
Yes.
Do you recall what side of the desk the drawer was on?
It's just in the front.
And can you describe where in the drawer her driver's license and credit cards were?
Just open the door right there in the corner.
Were they stacked on top of one another? Were they spread out?
I don't remember. I think they were pretty much stacked together. Not perfectly. I took a picture of it.
Do you recall whether you saw the driver's license first or the credit cards first?
I do not recall. I just remember seeing my daughter's license and credit cards.
Do you recall seeing the license and the credit cards before or after you saw her other belongings, the bag?
I saw the bag when I first walked in.
Okay. And can you tell her again, I think you said the counter, where was her bag?
It was just a little bag. It's right there at the back left, that counter right there, on the edge of the picture. It was right there on that.
What kind of bag was it?
It's just a little travel bag.
And did you contact?
What is happening? Okay, hold on. Oh, no.
There some type of iPad in this?
Correct.
In These are to the right, some of the notebooks that you took.
Yes.
Go back to the wall.
And lastly,
Also, remember
Around here.
We were stacked together. Not personally, I took a picture of it.
do you recall whether you saw the driver's license first or the credit cards first?
I do not recall. I just remember seeing my daughter's license and credit cards.
Do you recall seeing the license and the credit cards before or after you saw her other belongings, the bag?
I saw the bag when I first walked in.
Okay. And can you tell her again, I think you said the counter, where was her bag?
It was just a little bag. It's right there at the back left, that counter right there, on the edge of the picture. It was right there on that.
What kind of bag was it?
It's just a little travel bag.
And did you contact law enforcement at 110 Tremont Street?
We did.
Okay. And did patrol come to the location?
We did.
Were they able to help you?
No.
Did a investigator come out?
No.
Did you talk to Zack Crawford with the homicide division?
No.
Did you talk to any detective in the missing persons division?
No.
Did patrol leave that apartment that night without doing anything?
Yes. I mean, they took another report and
Told you,
they talked to the neighbor.
but told you what?
And they passed along the information to the detective that it was assigned to.
Okay. When patrol left the apartment building that night, did you and your family members also leave?
We went down to our vehicles and we waited until the police left.
And then what'd you do?
I went back in
For
to
what?
his apartment
For what?
to get whatever, anything that I thought I could use to help find my daughter.
Were you frustrated?
I was scared.
Did you take items?
I did.
What did you take?
I took electronics, phones and tablets and
How many phones? Do you recall how many phones you found in Mr. Chen's
there was
apartment?
multiple
Okay. And what else?
notebooks. I don't remember what all. There's a, you know,
How many times do you think you went back into Jason's apartment?
like 2 or 3 times after that. And I took whatever I thought I would have to hire a private investigator for. I don't know, I was panicking.
I mean, I hope no one's judging her. But I mean, the police were not helping. They're like, oh my word, okay, so we've got a car, we've called 911. Now we're going to this location. And then they go there and it's like, holy crap, there's her bag, there's a travel bag, there's her driver's license, there's multiple credit cards. What is going on here? And the police don't come out to help? They're just like, what? So that's why Catrina then went back into that apartment 2 to 3 times to go and then be like, okay, well, let's gather things because clearly he's not in there. Clearly my daughter's not in there. Haven't seen her since November 22nd of 2022. So let's get some evidence, right? I understand that the defense has something to work with there, but thankfully the judge has not thrown out all the evidence from the apartment based on that. Renee, thank you so much.
Didn't know what I needed to be able to find her, so I took whatever that I thought possibly I could go through and help find clues about where my daughter would be.
How many times, I'll ask it this way, what period of time was it that you were entering and exiting the apartment?
That morning after the police had left.
Would that have been the morning of November 27th?
Would have been, yeah.
Okay. So was it that day?
My timeline kind of I hadn't slept still.
Do you know what day it was the last time you went into Jason's apartment?
I did not go into Jason Chen's apartment again after we met with Officer Crawford and
Okay.
was getting some help.
Okay. You're going to be asked questions, as we now know, about staging crime scene. Catrina, did you have any idea what had happened to your daughter?
No,
Did you have any desire to pin it on to Jason Chen at that point?
I was still looking for my daughter.
Did you ever bring anything into the apartment and leave it there?
No,
Did you take massive quantities of Jasmine's blood and pour it in the floor?
I didn't see any of Jasmine's blood.
You didn't take
I-
anything into the apartment, did you?
No,
Did you move things around so that police would see items in certain places?
no,
Were you concerned at that point about the police investigation?
I wasn't thinking about a police investigation. I was just trying to find her. I was insanely scared. That's not bad. What's going on?
At some point, finally, did investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department get involved?
Yes.
What was the first contact you had with them?
Well, Officer Tomlin, I had sent the pictures and the information I had myself and her friends had collected, and he had informed me not to call him on weekends. He would get back to me in normal business hours.
Do you know Officer Tomlin, do you know what division of CPD he worked with?
I don't.
Okay, but you talked to him and I'm sorry, continue.
And then after that, Dr. Crawford and Emory got involved.
At some point, did investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department come to your home to take photos of some of the items you had taken from Jason's apartment?
Yes,
And to be clear, did you take Jasmine's driver's license and her credit cards from Jason's apartment
yes,
to your house?
yes.
Do you recognize these photos, Katrina?
Yes,
Were those photos taken at your home?
yeah,
Are those photos taken of items that you took from Jason Chen's apartment?
yes.
That's these four photos, those are these next four exhibits.
10 through 13.
State's Exhibit 13. Katrina, is that your daughter?
It is,
Is that her valid driver's license?
yes.
Underneath
Okay, I just had to put a disclaimer out there, especially for YouTube. They are not sharing in this public court, this trial that's happening right now. They're not sharing any personally identifiable information of someone who is alive. Sadly, Jasmine Pace was murdered, and they are showing her driver's license because her mother found it at this apartment at Tremont Road. So this is a court exhibit, it's public record, and that is why they are showing it as part of this case.
that driver's license, are those her credit cards that you took from Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes,
Is this a photo of other items that were taken from Mr. Chen's apartment,
Yes.
including that cell phone on top, and it looks like some clothing items.
Yes.
What number is that?
I'm sorry, that was State's Exhibit 12.
Thank you.
Now we are showing this being State's Exhibit 11. More items, again, 4 phones, and then what is this item right here?
I don't even remember, but it looks like a camera.
Okay.
Or a camera.
And was there some type of iPad in this?
Correct.
And these are to the right, some of the notebooks that you took?
Yes.
And lastly, State's Exhibit number 10, this is sort of a further back photo, is that correct? And it shows, again, Jasmine's driver's license and credit card, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also allow investigators to view and potentially collect items from the pool house that Jasmine was staying in?
Yes.
Describe the pool house for the jury.
Right below our house, in front of a pool.
Their place to sleep.
There is.
Was Jasmine staying there temporarily, or was that her place of residence long term?
She was staying there temporarily.
Why?
Because we had been working on the house at the bottom of our driveway. It was almost finished. It was for her.
So she was living in a pool house while her house was being built.
So Kathleen is saying stalkers and catfish have burner phones. And interestingly, classmates of Jason Chen had come forward after they heard what happened to Jasmine. And they said that Jason Chen used to impersonate people, like impersonate his classmates online. And they felt that he was trying to get, personal information from them and trying to connect with them that way. So that was always a red flag. It sounded like that already started in middle school. So all these burner phones and things, those are a giant red flag, right? Roaring Titty says there was a Polaroid camera beside those burner phones, right? Okay.
Showing the witness 4 photos. Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
What are they?
They're the outside of my pool house and the inside of it.
Were those photos taken the week of November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Is that what the pool house looked like at that time?
Yes.
Does it show some of Jasmine's belongings?
Yes.
Your Honor, as the these photos we say 646.
14 through 17.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit 14, Ms. Dean, is that your pool house?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 15, is that the bathroom in the pool house?
Yes.
That would have been the bathroom that Jasmine was using?
Yes.
Another photo of the bathroom?
Yes.
To the left is the shower, is that correct?
Correct.
Sorry, this is State's Exhibit 16, and then lastly, State's Exhibit 17, this is a photo of the shower.
Yes.
Would you agree that the item there located at the base of the shower is a toothbrush?
It is.
That toothbrush?
It is.
Let's be clear about something for the jury, Ms. Bean. Police department came to your home on this night, correct? Did you ever go back to Jason's apartment after the police department came to your home on this night?
No.
Why?
Because I felt like they were going to help me.
Were you aware that a search warrant was executed at Jason's apartment on November 28, 2022?
Yes.
What was the next contact that you had with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I don't remember.
Were you informed that your daughter's blood had been found inside Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes.
I'm gonna have one, Judge. Katrina, you've been to all the court dates in this case, haven't you?
Almost all of them, except for a couple I had to listen to on live.
You've never heard the defendant admit that he murdered your daughter? Ever?
No.
First time you heard that story was today?
Yes.
Is that what affected you when you were first?
Yes. Yes, it was.
No, never heard that.
Shame. I think she's staring at him, and she did say that he's gonna have to face me before this trial. And at some of the hearings, you could see her standing there with her hands shaking, and she said that her husband had to hold her back from lunging at him. She's so angry, of course. Mystique Forever said, doesn't almost seem like he will have to take the stand to tell her his life. I think so. Especially if he's sort of leaning towards this like self-defense angle. Yeah, then I think he's going to have to take the stand. If he does, wow, that will be quite interesting. Oh my goodness.
How helpful is Officer Pierre at the apartments?
Took a report and gave me a card.
Trying to check in the police department helpful might be right down the street or at the
Okay, pause. So now it's the cross-examination the defense is asking. And I mean, of course, when it's like, good afternoon, Mrs. Bean. Yeah, do you really think that she's going to greet you nicely? Because damn, bro, you threw her under the bus in your opening statements. You literally blamed her you accused her of planting evidence. Whoa, good luck cross-examining her, right? I'm feeling protective. Okay, here we go.
apartments.
No.
You then went from there to Waffle House.
No.
At some point you went to Waffle House.
Yes.
That's where you discover the pin drop from Jasmine's phone.
To my recollection, no. It was after Waffle House. Waffle House, we called his parents.
But you saw that message and that's what led you to Jason Chen's apartment complex.
No, I wasn't at Waffle House. I believe I was at the apartment complex when I seen the pin drop, and that is what led us to the apartments.
You were interviewed by police about what happened at Jason's apartment, weren't you?
Yes.
What did you tell the police about how you got inside?
That we knocked hard and that it opened up.
That was a lie.
It was.
And then do you remember testifying previously in this case?
I do.
And just like you did, then you took an oath, didn't you?
I did.
You swore to tell the truth,
Yes.
the whole truth,
Yes.
and nothing but the truth.
Yep.
What did you tell this court on how you got, or how you entered into the apartment?
That we opened up with a credit card.
Did you say during that hearing who opened the door with the credit card?
I don't remember.
And you saw a copy of your transcript of your testimony of that day, would that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Please go ahead and read over your previous testimony and let me know when you have an opportunity or when you're done.
Okay. Did you mean to give me two separate pages that are
Keeping them
page
together.
28 and 45?
No, ma'am, I just meant to keep the top page. Go ahead, take those back. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, that we entered in.
Who did you tell the court opened the door at the hearing in which you testified?
Travis,
And did you say whether or not you had seen him open the door?
I was behind him. I didn't see him do it, but
Did you not just testify on direct that you opened the door with a credit card?
no, I did not. So that we went down and I got a credit card from my wallet.
And who opened the door?
Travis opened the door.
And did you see him do it?
I was behind him. I can't say that I seen him or watched him do it, but he was opening it and then we got in, so.
Here's page 45. You can read that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Refresh my recollection on,
How you made entry into Jason Chen's apartment.
I already said that we used a credit card and entered his apartment.
And what did you say on that day?
It says right here, you asked, would you remember whether or not someone had to use a credit card to jimmy the door open for you to get in? I said, I don't remember, actually. And I believe that was because you were asking about the next time we got in, not the original time.
Why would you have to use a credit card to get in a second or first time after you've already opened?
Because I'm assuming it was locked.
And so after the first time of entering the apartment, you didn't unlock the door?
Pardon me?
After the first time of entering the apartment, you didn't unlock the door?
Did I unlock the door?
You did not unlock the door?
I don't know. I don't remember the details of if a door was locked or if a drawer was open or a cabinet or who did it. I don't remember those details. Those were not relevant details to me in the moment because who opened a cabinet or a door or it.
Why is your testimony different today than it was?
It isn't. And I'm recalling it to the best of my ability for something that happened 2.5 years ago that I hadn't slept and that I was scared to death.
So when
I mean, defense attorney, why is it different? It isn't because they went into the apartment 2 or 3 times. So let's call it twice. Once they entered with a credit card and Travis did it, who's Jasmine's biological father, Travis Pace. Okay. And the second time, because they'd already been in it, they could just open the door with the handle. That makes sense to me now. We're all following along, but it's like, why'd you lie on the stand? She didn't. And what does that have to do with what your client did, sir? But okay, I know he's got his job to do.
I asked you back in February last year, so you went in there, how did you get into the apartment? You said, I don't remember.
Oh, well, that was for the second time. And I don't remember.
You're saying that you went back into the apartment 2 or 3 times?
Yes.
After you had gone through Jason's apartment, well, let me ask this, how many people went into Jason's?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I can't count that I was there.
Who else?
Gabby and Travis. I don't know who else, if anyone else went in.
And after you found Jason's belongings in there, you called the police.
Yes,
How many police officers responded?
2 or 3.
Did any of those officers go inside?
Yes,
Were you aware that they were wearing body cameras?
I wasn't.
Would you remember what the apartment looked like when you went in on that day?
No, I can't say that exactly. I would.
If we could have the best time possible.
Freaking Bill Gates. Sorry, that's just an inside joke. We just say that when there's technical problems, it's always Bill Gates, okay? Anyway, they've got a technical issue. Someone was just asking if the defense attorney is hired by his family or public defender. I'm actually not too sure. So if anyone could find that information, his name is Joshua Weiss. So I think he's a public defender, but I'm not too sure about that. I would love to have that clarified. So if you know, let me know.
I want to stand up and stretch. Do so.
Oh dear. They're gonna stretch.
Yeah, we're too.
Judge is already stretching. This is Jason Chen here. The defendant. Also, why did this defendant have handcuffs at the house? He's got like this Polaroid, he's got burner phones. I don't know what all's over the wall. It looks like art to me, but okay. He's impersonating people allegedly at college and also when he was in middle school. What? It sounds pretty sus to me. But why does he have handcuffs? And also with the defense saying that he handcuffed Jasmine so that he could fit her in the suitcase. Doesn't make that much sense because her autopsy results say that her injuries were mostly to her right-hand side, as if she was already shackled and handcuffed. So only her left arm was free, and she really had no way to defend herself. That is very sadistic as well. Ash says, I can't do trials any other way now. Well, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, let's go forward.
Your Honor, that's ready to proceed.
Already proceed.
Can we approach, Judge?
So it seems like, thank you, Stefan. Joshua Weiss has his own law firm, but sometimes, as we've learned from watching other trials, sometimes attorneys with their own law firm, like Mr. Haley, where was that from again? Pen Clicker, Laurie Shaver trial, right? Those attorneys had their own law firms too, but a few times a year they have to be a public defender for someone. They get assigned, right, for some of those. So I don't know if he is now a public defender for Jason Chen or not, or if he's hired. Does anyone else know while we wait? Okay, let's go forward a bit. Shame. Now she just has to sit on the stand. Horrible. Oh dear. Got some sidebar. Thank you, Grizzly Cat, for finding this beautiful picture. Look at that pretty picture of Catrina with Jasmine. They look so similar. Shame.
Sorry, the technology seems quick.
We've been wrestling with it all morning, so.
I'm sure that Jason Chen is sitting there dying to help out because he was studying IT. He was about to graduate with a degree in IT from the University of Tennessee. So ask him. Defense attorney, ask him. He'll know what to do. Okay, but I don't know if he can. Is he allowed to ask him? I don't think so.
May I personally use it?
Feel free to record.
Do you recognize this scene? What's happening? What's happening?
Interacting with law enforcement.
And what are you talking about?
I don't know. I have no idea what we were talking about.
You remember?
We do not like the buffering. Okay, let me fix it again. Hold on.
That she had been seeing someone fairly recently.
What? Stand by. What is going on here? Hold on 1 second. There we go. Okay. Sure. I don't know what's happening with the feed today.
Police went in there that when they were, you changed.
I have no idea.
Catrina, to what extent would you have gone to find your daughter?
Okay, so we had redirect. Trey says Tennessee, Chattanooga, not University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Yeah, so they said in 2022 he was a college student at the University of Tennessee in Chattanooga, studying computer science. And this case is taking place in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Okay, so here we go. Southern Kelly V says, we are not the buffering type. No, we don't like that. We are not the buffering type. This is why we like to start later. But today they started so late. So, don't worry. Tomorrow will go even better.
Did you believe that she could have been in Jason Chen's apartment that day?
Yes.
Did you believe at the time that there could be things in the apartment that could lead you to your daughter?
Yes.
Are you aware? Do you know whether or not Mr. Chen went to his apartment after you entered his apartment?
I don't know.
Recall. You said you would do anything to find your daughter?
Wouldn't you?
Of course.
Okay.
But you would break into an apartment.
To find my daughter? Yes.
You would lie in place.
I was just trying to find my daughter.
You would perjure yourself under oath.
I haven't perjured myself.
Congratulations. You're good.
Nothing further.
That was ugly. Those questions were so harsh. Oh my word. Okay. I know he's trying his best to defend his client, but damn. I don't think the jury will receive that very well, you know? Because you always got to think, well, how will the jury now be processing this to us, the mother, the grieving mother? Oh boy.
Does the jury have any questions for Mrs. Bean? Ms. Bean, you may step down. Our next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Officer McKenzie Pierre.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Hello, Officer Pierre.
Hello.
Can you say your full name for the court reporter?
Officer McKenzie Cole Pierre.
And Officer Pierre, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Chattanooga Police Department,
And what division of the police department do you currently work in?
neighborhood policing, so just basic patrol.
Okay, and in November of 2022, were you working in the same position?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is there a certain area of town in your role that you primarily work?
Yes, ma'am, the area is referred to as Adam North. That's more like North Chattanooga. My specific area is Adam 5. That includes the Mountain Creek Road area, Moccasin Bend, Signal Mountain Road area, and part of North Shore as well.
Were you working the night shift in November 2022?
I was working the second shift, so the in-between, yes, ma'am.
What is second shift?
So the second shift runs from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And you stated that you're on patrol. Can you define for the jury what the duties of a patrol officer are at the Chattanooga Police Department?
So our basic duties are one to answer calls to service, which vary greatly depending on whether it be civil matters, domestic disorders, more serious, heinous, aggravated assault crimes, vehicle thefts, like I said, a very great variety. As well as also do our best to deter any crime from occurring by being proactive, making traffic stops, and just watching out for suspicious activity to begin with.
On major cases, felony cases, are you called to investigate them?
Yes, ma'am. At least to take the initial report and do as much as we can at that time.
And if there needs to be, if it's a more serious case, what would then happen in your position on patrol? If it was something that was above your head, what would you then do?
That's when we go ahead and contact one of our investigation units to notify them, kind of give them the rundown of the details, what the report number is, and how much information that we have gathered so far, so that they can follow up with whoever they need to follow up with to continue the investigation.
So if, for example, it's a robbery, who would you call?
The robbery investigator, whoever is on call that evening.
If it's a homicide, who would you call?
Our major crimes division.
If it's a missing person, who would you call?
Our missing persons division. Yes, ma'am.
You are not equipped with the resources to investigate on those types of cases.
Not as equipped as the specific, specialized units, no, ma'am.
Okay. One second, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. On November, I'm going to draw your attention to November 2022. Do you recall being on, working on shift on November 26, 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Do you recall on that day being called to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember about that call?
I remember it came out as a missing persons call, and that, they were concerned about their adult daughter having not been in contact with her for quite some time, which was very much so unlike her. And so I responded on scene to meet with the complainant, Miss Catrina.
And were you the only patrol officer that arrived on at Mountain Creek Road that night?
Yes, ma'am.
You were by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recall meeting Catrina. Are you talking about the victim's mother in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall who else was there?
I believe her husband was there, and then a friend or family member. I don't recall the exact relation, but there was someone else there with them.
Had you known anything about this missing person except for what you learned when you arrived there at 900 Mountain Creek Road? Did you know anything else about it?
No, ma'am, no.
Okay. Do you recall the individuals there naming a person of interest?
I do recall them mentioning after, discussing more of the details, that she had been seeing someone fairly recently by the name of Jason Chen. And they questioned, if we should reach out to him and possibly try contacting him to see if he knows any more information about where Jasmine could possibly be.
Do you recall if Catrina on that night did call Jason?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Was that phone call on speakerphone?
Yes.
Could you hear Mr. Chen or Jason?
Yes, I could hear parts of the conversation. There were numerous people there I was also speaking to as well, so I did not catch the entire conversation, but I did hear where, Miss Catrina asked him, where he lived and when the last time he spoke to Jasmine was.
When he was asked where he lived, do you recall what he said?
I don't recall the exact address. I do recall finding out after the fact that it was the incorrect address.
Do you recall when he said the last time was that he saw Jasmine?
I do not recall the specific date, but I do recall when Miss Catrina asked him that question, she muted the phone and advised me that she had pulled phone records and that he was not telling the truth because she had seen that they had contacted each other the day after that he was claiming he had last spoken to her.
Do you recall when he said he last spoke to her?
Not the specific day, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever try to visit the location that he said he lived at?
I fully intended to, but that night, with it being the call load, after I had done what I was supposed to do on my end as far as having her entered in as missing and contacting investigators, I got caught up with, various other calls to servers coming out, so I did not have a chance to run by that address. No, ma'am.
Was Tremont Street within your area? Was that within Adam 5?
It's the district right next to mine, so Adam 4.
Okay, borders your district?
Yes.
Okay. While you were out there, did you consider calling a missing persons investigator?
Yes, ma'am, and I did so.
Yeah, and which missing persons investigator was that?
I requested dispatch put the on-call missing persons investigator phone number on the CAT dispatch card for me. and it was Investigator Blunt that I made contact with that evening.
What does on-call mean?
On-call means, you know, if it's late at night or something like that for that weekend or that time period during the week, you know, if it's after business hours, you're the person that gets contacted.
And that was Investigator Blunt?
Investigator Blunt was who I was referred to and who I spoke to that evening.
And
Yes,
she
ma'am.
works in the Missing Persons Division?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you feel about calling Investigator Blunt that night?
I was not too excited, if I'm being frank.
Why?
Me and her do not get along too well.
Okay. And did you relay the information that you had been given by Jasmine Pace's family?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I gave her the complaint number, all the information that I knew. I even mentioned the possible boyfriend or, you know, person that Mr. Chen, that she had been speaking to, and conveyed that her parents were quite concerned over the matter and that they would like to be contacted at some point.
What'd she say?
She said, okay, go ahead and forward me the information and, you know, I'll reach out to them.
Did anyone else from the police department, I apologize. Did anyone else from the police department come out to Mountain Creek Road that night?
No, ma'am.
Were you able to give to Jasmine's family Investigator Blunt's phone number?
I don't believe I gave them her phone number specifically. Typically, we wait for the investigators to reach out to the, you know, family members and victims.
I understand. So, to your knowledge, that night, while you were there, Investigator Blunt did not speak with the Pace family.
To my knowledge, no.
Did she ask you, hey, will you hand the phone to them so I can talk to them?
No,
You didn't do that?
no.
So in your capacity as a patrol officer, what were you able to do for Jasmine's family that night?
So for that evening, I explained to them, which I also did, that I had Jasmine entered into the NCIC, you know, national database as a missing person, so that if anyone was ever to locate her and run her information, it would pop up bright red on the screen, missing person. And then I would contact a missing persons investigator, give them all the information that they just conveyed to me, give them my complaint number. But as of right now, in my position where I was at, like that is the most that I can do.
Sure. Do you recall communicating with them that you weren't able to name Jason Chen as a suspect at that time?
I don't recall specifically stating that.
Were you able to name Jason Chen as a suspect at that
No,
time?
absolutely not.
Okay. Do you recall contacting the security officer for the apartment building?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall speaking with him?
Yes.
Did you ever meet him?
Oh, I've known him my entire career here.
What's his name?
Scott Miller.
Okay, so did he come out that night
Yes, ma'am, he did.
and you spoke with him?
Yes, and he spoke with family members as well.
Did you recall if he was able to search for any video from the apartment complex?
I know he explained to me that it would be hard to try to get it pulled up that evening, but that would be something that you'd be working on that hopefully the following day he would be able to have access to.
Did he confirm that there were video cameras on the property?
He advised that there were cameras, he was just unsure about the angles and if they were going to be able to capture anything.
Sure, okay. That night or any time thereafter, were you able to do anything else for Jasmine Pace's family?
No, ma'am, it was not. The only further thing I had was, I believe, a day or two after taking the initial report, I was contacted by another missing persons investigator, Investigator Tumlin, who also asked me for all the details and the complaint number of the incident.
What day was that?
I don't recall if it was a day or two after, but it was sometime shortly after the initial report was taken.
And you relayed all of the information you had to him as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
Hold on. Let's not pause him like that. Ellen said, also heard mom say that via Verizon records, daughter spoke to Jason for 71 minutes on November 21st. And So that was possibly misreported in the media before, based on our trial prep, because they had said that Catrina had kept Jason on the phone for 71 minutes. But there is a little summary on the local news of the opening statements. I'll put a link in the description box afterwards. And they did also say that Jasmine spoke to Jason for 71 minutes. I think it was on November 22nd, because then later that day she went over. Yeah, November 22nd, a Tuesday, 2022. Phone records show Pace, so that would be Jasmine, speaks with Chen on the phone for 1 hour and 11 minutes. After that call, Jasmine goes to Chen's apartment on Tremont Street, just off Fraser Avenue. And then by 2:15 a.m., neighbors are hearing screams, a pin location is being sent, and on December 1st, her body is found in a suitcase. That is so scary. Oh my goodness. Okay.
No question, Your Honor.
Jury, have any questions for Officer Pierre?
If you are local, like Crystal saying, hi Grizzlies from Chattanooga, Tennessee, let us know in chat. Okay, just go forward a little bit here.
I'll go and answer the first question. It says, can you ask a question after a witness leaves the stand? Fortunately, the witness happens to be recalled for some reason, he possibly could. Dr. Pierre, the jury has a question.
I would assume that was the first question from the jury. Can they ask a question after the witness leaves the stand? No, they have to ask while they're on the stand. Did I get that right? I think that's what they just said.
For you, I'm going to ask it, but if you can face the jury when you answer this, okay?
Yes, sir.
For clarification, this location is where the vehicle was found?
Yes, the 900 Mount Creek Road was the location where the victim's vehicle was located.
You need to redirect based on my question.
Your Honor, just to help clarify for the jury based on that question. Officer Pierre, I'm going to show you what's already been marked as the state's exhibit 3, 4, 5, and 6. Well, 4 is duplicative, so there's 2 there that'll look very similar. But if you could look at those real quick. Do you recognize those photos?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
What are those photos from?
Those from the parking lot at the apartment complex at 900 Mountain Creek Road.
And would these be screenshots of your body footage?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
You recross.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Officer Pierre. You may step down.
Thank you.
General Code of Witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Megan Dean.
solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
May we approach?
Okay, while they're approaching, OG Chance says, what sentence can he face? Life without parole is what they are pursuing in this case. It is a death penalty state, but they're not pursuing that. I don't know why. They're not pursuing it in this case.
I'm Steve. Can you say your full name for the court's record for us?
Megan Ashley Bean.
And Ms. Bean, are you employed? Where do you work?
I work at Walmart.
Okay, which Walmart is that?
Signal Mountain.
Is it called Signal Mountain Road?
Yes.
Okay. How close in proximity to Mountain Creek Road is your Walmart?
I would say maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10.
Okay. How close is your Walmart to what we call the North Shore?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you know how close your Walmart is to Sup Creek Road?
I don't.
Okay. And in November of 2022, were you also employed at the Walmart?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is your role? Explain to the jury what your role at Walmart is.
I work in asset protection, so I review video and basically investigate.
Do you recall in November of 2022 being contacted by investigators of the Chattanooga Police Department about possible video footage or evidence of receipts?
Yes, ma'am.
On the criminal complaint, they kept listing 110 North Market Street, and that's a Walgreens. I think he went to the Walgreens, but he also went to a Walmart. I was wondering about that. At some point, we're gonna... because one of the lead detective who has testified before in, the pretrial motions and things, he said Walmart. And I'm like, why do you want to make that mistake? Surely it's a Walmart that he also went to then. So he went to a Walmart and a Walgreens. Okay, let's hear.
And do you recall who that was?
I don't remember the name exactly.
Female, male?
It was a male.
Okay. And is that something typically in the normal course of your job that you would be asked?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of video system does the Walmart on Signal Mountain Road have?
We have basically video. It accesses all of the registers. It accesses the sales floor, back rooms, anything that you really need to look at in the store.
Who has access to that video equipment?
Only the people in my position.
Okay. And you know how to use that video equipment?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you often pull security footage for law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that one of your roles?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any way to pull receipts from past purchases?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you do that?
We have a certain system that we go through, so we can either use a credit card or if we have a date or a specific time, and we know the register, we can also pull it that way.
Okay, and so do you recall what the investigator who came to see you, were they asking for a receipt, or were they asking for video, or were they asking for both?
Both.
And did they specify a time frame for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to pull that up for them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through that with them, or did you let them go through it?
I would go with them.
And did they signify that they were going to need to take some of that footage from you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, in fact, pull some of that footage and give it to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I gave it to the detective.
That was there with you? Okay. And were you able to tell from that footage at what time did the footage show a purchase?
Yes.
Were you able to connect footage to a specific receipt of purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able in the Walmart system to pull, again, for lack of a better term, that receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that for investigators?
I did.
Did you give it to them?
I did.
I'm going to show the witness. Jump drive, you'll look at that. Have you seen this before?
I have.
Have you seen it plugged into a computer before?
Yes, ma'am.
What's on there?
It is basically the video footage of Jason Chen and him selecting certain items, going throughout the store, proceeding to the self-checkout, and paying for the store.
Do you recall what day the video was from?
I believe it was November 23rd.
And were you able to, based on reviewing that video, were you also able to pull the receipt that was connected to that purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there multiple video angles on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is one of them from a register?
Yes.
Is it self-checkout? Okay. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the receipt that you were able to retrieve for the Chattanooga Police Department detective?
Yes.
And what date is on that receipt?
November 23rd, 2022.
Your Honor, I'd ask that both the jump drive of the video and the receipt be entered as the state's next two exhibits.
I want to know the time, and we want to see the footage. This explains the asparagus, because the lead detective had said that he was buying peroxide and bandages, but he registered it as asparagus. So that makes sense with self-checkout as well. Did he not pay for the other stuff then, or what?
Your objection.
Exhibit 18 will be the jump drive. Exhibit 19 will be the receipt. Excuse me.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Ms. Bean, I'll show you on the screen behind you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19. I've lost my pointer. You know where it's at? Oh, there we go. All right, so this is the receipt that you gave to the detectives. Again, can you, this date down here, 11/23/22, would that have been the date of the purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And then if I can point you in the direction of, well, is that time correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are dates and times on these receipts normally correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, I'm trying to see the date and time. Where's the time? This was on November 23rd of 2022, and it looks like he did ring up raw organic, whatever this is, asparagus. Right, peroxide and a bath towel. So he just threw asparagus in there. Wow, okay.
You can see here, there's a bunch of stars followed by 4189. What is that?
That would be a card. It would be a debit card.
Would 4189 be the last four digits?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you can see here expiration date,
Yes, ma'am.
0526.
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the expiration date of the card?
It would.
Were you able to view what was purchased that's related to this receipt and to the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was asparagus purchased?
It was not.
Was something else scanned on the video as asparagus?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what that was?
I believe one was maybe some cereal bars, like some snack bars or something like that. I don't remember the other one.
Up here, the state has no further questions for this witness.
So he didn't buy asparagus at all. He scanned something else as asparagus. It's so weird, especially if they're like cereal bars. What? Scanning that as asparagus? What is going on? Okay, then.
Jury, have any questions for Ms. Lee? Ms. Bean, thank you very much. Ms. Lee.
Speeding it up when we get to the next one. Okay, we go forward. We're 10 minutes behind, which is great.
We'll be back in 15 minutes, and everyone in the gallery will be back, and that clock
Crap.
says 4:25.
Not great, not great. I'm like, we're 10 minutes behind, which is great. No, it isn't, because they're taking a 15-minute break. Oh, no, 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 no. Did any of you see the time on that receipt? I really couldn't see it. Was I blind or what? Let me go back to it. Pause. Where? I can't see the time. Unless it's just lower or higher or where? Where's the time? Raw organic. I mean, what? Raw organic, whatever this is. What's this? BADFNS. Asparagus, which wasn't asparagus. Peroxide and a bath towel. Like, can you imagine? At Walmart. So there's the numbers. Okay, yes. Public record. I don't see it. You said that no, the time is at the top and it's cut off. Okay. So maybe if we go back a little bit more. Hey. Nope. Because they showed it initially from far away. Ah, yeah, see, we can't see it. Okay, so hold on, because I'm going to refresh the feed now so that we just catch up to it. There we go. So they should be coming back in, what, 5 minutes or so? Okay, thank you, Emily Toombs, for clarifying that as well. Thank you also to any locals that are here with us. If you are from Tennessee, let us know. This case happened in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Let me quickly show you this, just so that you know a little bit about the victim as well. Hey, wait. Okay, so Jasmine Pace, she was only 22 years old when she was murdered. She was nicknamed by her family and friends as Jazzy, and she was born on May 29th of 2000 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Her mother's Catrina Pace, her stepfather is Scott Bean, and her father is Travis Pace. She had 4 siblings, Travis, Gabby, Enoch, and Aiden. Travis passed away at the age of 14. I think they're coming back. I'm just going to put that on. Travis passed away at the age of 14 from an ATV accident, is what I'd read. Thank you to everyone who sent me links to the articles as well. There's not too much information. That's all it says. And I think that happened in 2016. Jasmine attended Red Bank High School and Chattanooga State Tech College. Her family and friends described her as enthusiastic, sincere, and kind, and said she really loved animals. She had 4 cats, and she treated them like they were her children, is what her family said. She was last seen on November 22nd of 2022. Jasmine was murdered, and she was only 22 years old. And the guy that's on trial right now is this guy, Jason Chen. He was also 22 at the time. They met on a dating app in 2022. They dated from around May of 2022, and the murder occurred in November of 2022. So a few months. Jason was born on September 11th of 2000. He lived in the North Shore area and graduated from Nolensville High School. In 2022, he was a college student at the University of Tennessee in Chattanooga studying computer science. They'd only been dating a few months when Jasmine went missing. Former classmates said that he had a reputation of impersonating other students online. They said his personality is just very off. He's not very good at social cues and things like that, said a middle school classmate. A university classmate said he just kind of gave off this weird vibe. He just kind of unsettled people with just like how he behaved. A former roommate, Ryan Barrett, said that he locked his bedroom door and slept with one eye open because Jason made him feel so uncomfortable. He said Jason's behavior could include mood swings, aggressive behavior, and other concerning actions that led him to feel unsafe. So if we need to come back to this, we will. But for now, let's just hear what's going on here.
3rd row. I gotta have you.
Okay, they had some sidebar. And then?
Your face now, I think it's the 1st row, perhaps. We're gonna put the Pace family on this side of the room and the Chen family on this side of the room. I haven't heard of anything major, but there's been some concerns about maybe developments. And so the Pace family can stay exactly where they are on this side of the room. The folks sitting behind on the 3rd row, I gotta have you please move back 1 row. Then I can have the Pace family take this half of the courtroom, please.
Wow, they're separating the families. Jasmine's family is going to sit on one side of the courtroom and Jason Chen's family on the other side. The judge just said, well, there's been some concerns. That's interesting.
The
One row.
No, hey, take as many rows as you need on this half.
Okay, just this half.
Yes, sir.
Okay, a little bit of shuffling going on in the courtroom. That's what's happening. Don't know what the concerns are. Maybe a little bit of tension in the room. Understandably also from Jasmine's family, right? Being like, okay, let's put them on that side. Jason Chen's family on the other. Yeah, Kerry says, I'm surprised they don't do that anyway. They do here in the UK. Okay. Sarah says risk management. Yes, I think that's what they're doing now. Because Jasmine's mom, Catrina, who you just saw on the stand, she was the state's first witness, said, he's going to have to face me. And in other hearings in the past, her husband had to hold her back because she was ready to lunge at Jason Chen.
Okay, Jim.
Sorry, can't be bluff much because we're all caught up. If you are live with me right now, thank you also if you are a replay watcher. I really appreciate that. If you want to support the work that I do, you can just like, share, make sure you subscribe, leave a comment below. Those are all free ways to support the work that I do. And of course, if you watch the replays, that's amazing. Thank you. So if you're watching live with me now, the current local time is 4:30 in the afternoon. So I don't think they have too much more to go today. Normally the courts would finish around 5 p.m. So let's see if they bring up another witness.
Back in the courtroom, please be seated. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, say we call Pleasant Campbell to the stand.
I really wish, and I'd always say it when they do this at trials, that they would ask the witnesses to spell out their names. Obviously, because we put banners up, so I'm so sorry if it is spelled incorrectly. If any of these witnesses come and watch the feed, because some do, okay? So they said Kelsie Campbell. So I'm just listening as best I can, and then I go and check on, Google to see if I can find anything on the person to see if I can spell it correctly. But let's see who this was.
Ms. Campbell, can you state your...
C. Liz creates here. The jury sequestered though, right? They may have longer court days because of that. Okay, yes, they are sequestered for this trial. That's set to last 10 days, which is about 2 weeks. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to have Saturday court. They didn't say. They just said this trial is set to last about 10 days.
Your name for the court reporter, please.
Kelsie Campbell,
And Ms. Campbell, where are you employed?
the Walgreens on North Shore of Market Street.
Okay, and how long have you been at the,
At that store about 4 years.
what's your position at that Walgreens?
The store manager.
Were you the store manager at that Walgreens in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention back to 2022. Do you recall at some point being approached by investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department about potentially looking at video footage from your store?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
Detective Cantrell.
Cottrell.
Catrina.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury what kind of video system Walgreens at the corner of Market and Frazier has?
Yes, we have 16 cameras that are all throughout the store for the entrance, the parking lot, just monitoring who comes in and out and transactions and things like that.
Is that video footage kept and stored in on servers that Walgreens has?
Yes.
How long is it stored for?
I believe it's 60 days.
Okay. And do you have access to that footage?
Yes.
And did you have access in November of 2022?
Yes.
When police department investigators came to see you, did they tell you what they were looking for?
They just said that there was an ongoing investigation and needed to access the cameras to just review some of the footage.
And did you allow them to access that footage?
Yes.
Did you remain with them while they were accessing that footage?
I came in and out of the office while they had access to it, yes.
Do you recall what date range they were looking for specifically?
It was like the week of Thanksgiving. I think it was like the 22nd
Okay.
to the 28th or something like that.
And to your knowledge, did they locate video footage that they needed you to make a copy of for them?
Yes.
And do you recall how many?
It was apparently on November 23rd of 2022. It was in the early morning hours of November 23rd, 2022 that Jasmine Pace was allegedly murdered because neighbors heard screams. She sent a location pin to her mom. And then on December 1st, her body was found in a hard-sided suitcase in a ditch along that Suck Creek Road.
Videos or I don't know if that's the right way to say it, I'm sorry. How many downloads, how many videos? I don't know.
There was 2 separate periods of time, I believe, was recorded about an hour before and after for 2 different instances in that day.
What day?
The 22nd, was it the 22nd, I believe?
I'll show you some
Okay.
materials to see, but that day, they took 2 separate
Sets of video, yes.
sets of video with them.
Yes.
And you have access to be able to actually extract that video from the server and give it to law enforcement.
Yes.
Do you do that in the normal course of your job? Yes. Okay. Showing you 2 jump drives, you can touch them and look at them. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Have you viewed the matters on those jump drives?
Yes, both of them.
Both of them?
Yes.
Have you initialed on those jump drives to signify that you've seen the footage on those?
Yes.
And what's on those jump drives?
Video footage of the 2 incidences from that day.
Okay, that you had delivered to the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I've moved to make these 2 jump drives and stakes next to exhibits.
So it was 2021.
Ms. Court Reporter, I've asked that the afternoon be 20. It says that. I'm sorry, this is for 20, yes. And Ms. Campbell, is there a way in the Walgreens system to connect a purchase with a video surveillance capture?
Typically, if we have a dollar amount or last 4 of a card number, we can search and find times when those purchases were made, and then we'd use that to look at the video to see what happened.
Do you recall if that was done for law enforcement as it relates to these 2 videos?
Yes.
Did you look up the receipts that were connected with those two videos?
Yes.
And how did you do that in this case? By card number, by the video? Do you recall?
It was by the card numbers. They had left up the screen where they had looked at one transaction, and then I looked up to see if there was any other purchases that day, and found another one, which was the second, I believe the second set of videos that we found.
Okay. And you were able to extract those receipts for law enforcement?
Yes.
Were you also able to look at the receipts and verify that they coordinated with the two videos that you had given law enforcement?
Yes, because you'll see the time that it happened and the register number. You can relate the two together.
Okay, Your Honor, approach. Have you look at those receipts? You recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
Receipts from my store on the 23rd of November.
Are those the receipts that you gave to law enforcement related to the video footage? Your Honor, I'd ask that these be marked as states next to exhibits.
That's two exhibits,
Yes, Your Honor.
22 and 23.
All right, Ms. Campbell, I'll direct your attention to the screen behind you. We were unsure on the date earlier, but can you tell me what that date says?
Yes, November 23rd of 2022.
Okay, and Your Honor, for the record, I'm referring to State's Exhibit 23. Is this a receipt from the Walgreens at North Market Street?
Yes.
Okay. And payment details, what does this indicate to you right here?
That is the card with the last four digits of the card that was used when they purchased the items.
Okay. And would 1:41 p.m. be the correct time of the purchase?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 22. Again, same thing, is the receipt that you pulled for law enforcement?
Yes.
And is the date the same, 11/23/22?
Yes.
Would the time of 7:03 p.m. be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And again, payment details, can you read the last four digits of that?
So you went twice, you see, on the 23rd. So you went to Walmart and Walgreens again. Walgreens was at 1:41 p.m. and 7:03 p.m. And yes, I'm taking notes. You know I do.
That card?
4189.
Ms. Campbell, are you familiar with the North Shore area?
Fairly. Yes.
Do you know how far away from Tremont Street or the Tremont Apartments the Walgreens that you're the manager at is?
It's within a couple blocks.
Nothing further. So I need to disconnect my computer.
Yes, and Zoe, you're right. We did some map time in the trial prep. If you guys want to check it out, the Walgreens is around the corner from his apartment. Like, just really very close. So go and check out the map time from the trial prep if you missed that.
Do what you want. If that's a question.
Any questions for Mrs. Campbell? Council.
Go forward a little bit. Sidebar.
This information will be provided by another witness.
Okay, let's see if the jury had a question.
All right, the first question is, can the jury watch the videos? And the second is, how did you find out the card belonged to Jason to purchase the items? This information will be provided by another witness.
Thank you, ma'am.
Cute. To the jury's like, okay, we want to see the video. You see, they were like us. Excuse me, can we please see that video from when he was there? Thank you. And they're like, okay, that'll be from another witness, which is obviously going to be from the detectives, right? That were looking at that footage. I like the jury. They're very on the ball. They want to see this now. Okay.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Scott Miller.
Yes, sir. You're just gonna go right this way?
Yes.
Hey, Kelsie, can we be released from?
Solemnly swear affirm that the testimony that you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Mr. Miller, can you state your full name for the record?
Eddie Thomas, Scott Miller,
Okay, and Mr. Miller, where are you employed?
at 900 Mac Creek Road, which is Signal View Condominiums.
Okay, do you have other jobs?
I do as well. I work at Baylor School, providing their securities in the afternoons,
Do you have a background in law enforcement?
somewhat.
Okay. And so you said, let's go back to Mountain Creek Road. What apartment building is at 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Signal View Condominiums,
Okay, condominiums. And do you know approximately how many condominiums are there?
484,
Okay, so large complex.
Yes.
And how long have you worked as security? At
29 or 30 years.
29?
Yes,
Do you, I wasn't expecting that.
Yes.
I didn't even know that you've been there that long.
yeah.
Do you also live there?
I do not.
Okay, all right. So as a security officer, if you're called, you have to come actually from your home to.
No, we work there during certain hours.
Okay, what hours do you work there?
At the point in time where this event occurred, we worked from 5 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon to 5 in the morning.
Okay. So in November of 2022, you were obviously working this position.
I was.
And you were working at night.
That is
During
correct.
the night hours.
Yes.
And do you recall being contacted by the Chattanooga Police Department, specifically Officer McKenzie Pierre,
Yes,
about
that-
the family that was in the
That is correct.
parking
He had
lot?
requested me to come down and speak to him.
And do you recall what the circumstances were?
The found vehicle was the initial, and then obviously the missing person.
Okay. Did you communicate with the family there on the
I did.
on the grounds? And at some point, were you asked about video footage?
I was.
Does Signal View apartment, the condo complex have video footage?
They do.
Okay, did they at the time in November 2022?
They did.
And when you were asked about if you could look at that, what was your initial response?
I could, the camera footage we used, I couldn't look at from the property because it's, the complex had it installed from the EPB, so the video footage is stored off-site at their server. So I had to go home to access it from my personal computer.
So you can access a camera that was installed by EPD from your actual home?
Yes.
And do you often access that camera when the need arises?
Yes, if I'm questioned about a certain time frame.
And does that happen every so often?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And on this night, did you let the parties or the police know that you were going to have to go home to look for that?
I did.
Were you instructed by anyone as to what specific time frame you were supposed to look for?
I believe so from the evidence that her mother had provided me from the time frame of when the car had arrived there, that which narrowed down the time frame.
Do you recall at some point the family coming back after their first visit? Did they come back to Mountain Creek?
They did.
And what was that for?
We discussed, I believe, footage and then some phone data that they were discussing about how our phone pinged to the different location.
Did you review the video footage there with them?
That footage, I did not because I cannot.
Did you retrieve it at that time for the Pace family, Jasmine's family, or did you later give it to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I remember later giving it to the Chattanooga Police Department.
Okay, and do you recall what day that video footage was from?
Oh, I have no idea. You would have to tell me what day it was from.
Okay, so
I just know it was around Thanksgiving.
okay, and you pulled the footage at the request of the Chattanooga Police Department,
Yes,
and it was from the Signal View condos, which
Yes.
you had access to.
that is
All
correct.
right.
This is at normal speed. They speak quite fast, eh? So this is from that 900 Mountain Creek Road, which is where allegedly Jason Chen drove Jasmine's car to and then left it there. And apparently surveillance cameras saw someone dressed in the same outfit that he was dressed in that day in the vehicle. I would love to know how he got back. And I think he would have gone to drop off the suitcase first and then come back and park the car there. So let's see what unfolds from this information.
Can you jump drive? You recognize that jump drive?
I do.
Have you seen what's on there?
I have.
What is on there?
This is footage from the camera that is mounted on the front of the office that aims toward the pond area at the complex.
In fact, did you review that, what was on that jump drive with me as well?
I did.
Okay, did you write your name on there to signify you had seen it?
I did.
Okay, and does it accurately reflect what the property looked like in November of 2022?
It does.
Okay, and this is the exact video that you gave to the Chattanooga Police Department?
It is.
I'd ask that this be introduced to the specific judge.
Exhibit 24.
I'm sorry, my colleague reminded me that our jury is not from Chattanooga. They don't know what EPD is. Do you know what EPD is, sir?
It is the electric power board for our, the city-owned electric power board.
Okay, so
They provide security cameras, footage, internet service, and other things.
okay. And at some point on the video footage, can a vehicle, a white SUV vehicle, be seen coming into the property?
That is correct.
In the direction that that vehicle is traveling on the video, is it towards the area that Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located?
Yes, it would be about 100 yards or so away from where it was left.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Let's just pause there. Thank you so much to the person who emailed this information to me. So it says, which is based on a YouTube video, in June of 2023, Jason Chen was declared indigent by the court after a finding that his family had exhausted all of their funds paying for legal fees. Ah, okay. So he initially had a private attorney. I think it's still the same guy, but maybe now he's in the public defender role. Okay.
In case you forget, I don't think she gave me that footage.
Oh, Mr. Miller has it.
Oh, you did. Thank you.
Mr. Miller, we will likely see that video later, but does the video show an individual getting out of the vehicle?
No, it does not.
Does it show any person driving the vehicle?
It does not. From the angle, it's too far away.
Okay. And how long did it take you to retrieve that video?
Probably a few hours.
Okay. And when did law enforcement come back to you, though, and request for it?
Probably the next day.
Okay. You originally had spoken with Officer Pierre of the Chattanooga Police Department?
That is correct.
Okay. And you've known him for some time?
Yes, that is correct. We work together on other things.
And was he the officer that it was turned over to, or was it another officer?
No, it was I would term it was a homicide detective.
Okay. And you mentioned a few moments ago that you sort of had a background in law enforcement. What do you mean by that?
I was a reserve officer for the Red Bank Police Department, which is a small municipality in here.
And what years were you a reserve officer then?
I'm going to say from 2010 to 2023.
Okay, and reserve officer, can you explain what that means?
Yeah, it's the same. We usually don't have a set schedule, but you have just full powers, just like a regular law enforcement officer. You just have to be accompanied by a full-time officer.
Okay. And are you still employed at these condominium?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
You redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Jury, have any questions for Mr. Miller? All right, Mr. Miller, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, will you give me 1 moment? Your Honor, this witness will be lengthy. In fact, I'm absolutely confident he'll go into tomorrow. So it's just up the schedule at this point is up to the court because we'll be able to begin, but certainly won't get through all of this direct examination.
We started a little late today, so I'd like to get as much done as we can today.
Sure.
They started just a little bit late today. You mean like 1:30 p.m.? Mm-hmm. So they're going to get as much done as possible today. So they're going to have another witness. And as you just heard, the state said they're not sure if they can finish the direct examination. But so they are going to run a little bit later. Also, as someone mentioned earlier, because the jury is sequestered. So they just go back to their hotel room every night and they can't have the electronics or anything like that. Okay. I think this is the lead detective. Is it Zack Crawford? Something like that. Let's see. Yes.
Mr. Crawford, can you state your full name for the court's record?
It's Zack Crawford.
Okay, let's talk about yourself for a few minutes. Where are you currently employed?
Currently employed at the Chattanooga Police Department.
And how long have you been at the police department?
I started with Chattanooga Police Department in the year 2013.
And when you started in 2013, what position were you in?
At first, I was hired on as a police cadet, where I went through approximately 6 months of training before moving on to a field training program. And then after graduating the field training program, I was employed as a patrol officer at the city of Chattanooga.
And how long were you a patrol officer at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Just a little over 3 years.
And after your 3 years in patrol, what did you do next?
I applied for a position within the major crimes unit, specifically for a homicide position. Through the interview process, I was selected and began training with the homicide unit.
All right, so you've been with the homicide division for how long?
Since 2017.
So, gosh, you started in 2025, so roughly
About 7.5 years.
You're going on your 8th year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the way that the Chattanooga Police Department works. Do you know roughly how many people work for the Chattanooga Police Department?
The number fluctuates. I think we're somewhere around 427 employees.
Would that be sworn law enforcement
That's correct.
officers? You're not talking about like support staff, you mean sworn officers?
Yes.
Okay, and is the department divided into certain departments or divisions?
Yes.
Will you explain to them how that works?
Yes, so we have multi-tiers within the Chattanooga Police Department. The first line, obviously, is our patrol units, which make up the neighborhood policing. They have 3 different sectors across the city. They're broken into smaller areas to include districts. I think in early testimony you talked about districts. Specifically, in this incident, was mainly in the area of Alpha North. Inside of Alpha North, there are 5 districts. So there's lots of districts throughout the city. So you have neighborhood policing. The other branch of it, you have community policing, you do community events, engagements. You also have special events. You have 2 different branches of the investigating unit. You have organized crime and you have violent crime. I'm assigned to the Violent Crimes Bureau, and that makes up crimes unit, the homicide unit, fugitive, and organized crime has anywhere from our gun team to traffic and some other things along those lines. Besides that, we have internal affairs, and we have multiple other avenues such as recruiting. There's different branches within the police department.
What about property? Where does property fall?
The property division?
Yes, sir.
The property division is located at the Chattanooga Police Department at one of our annex buildings. And all of our property technicians are sworn civilians. But they do have a sworn supervisor, a sergeant, so a police officer that oversees the property division at the Chattanooga Police Department.
What you heard Officer Pierre testify, but what typically would patrol, at what point as a patrol officer are you instructed to call someone else?
We have different SOPs for
What's that necessary?
standard operating procedures for different things. One of those is investigations. So depending on what you respond to and what criteria it meets, you would notify the responsible investigator that would potentially respond to that. So any crime that or incident that potentially would require lengthy follow-up, obviously the patrol officer is kind of kept to a specific shift, but that shift is then rotated throughout the week. Obviously they don't have the ability to follow up extensively based on their call load in terms of how many calls are coming out in their districts and their areas to follow up on those things. So that's why they would call an investigator out. And that investigator will then conduct a follow-up, whether it's during normal business hours, during after hours. As an investigator, there's many times that we're on call. I know as a homicide unit, we're essentially on call 24/7.
So when a homicide happens, homicide investigators should be called, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, is there a missing persons division?
There is a missing person.
What does that fall under?
That falls under the investigations too. It falls under missing persons, special victims unit, which works primarily children and domestic violence cases. Those team units work together out of the Family Justice Center.
And then what about crime scene?
Crime scene works under the Violent Crimes Bureau, which is directly involved with the same unit as me. It's the homicide unit. And crime scene, their responsibilities are based on the needs of investigations. So crime scene will never actively go do something without the request of an investigative unit to respond. So certain incidents, whether it be a shooting, they would respond to collect, document evidence on scene and process that evidence, typically by direction of a lead investigator.
Do you know how many missing persons investigators there are at the police department?
There's approximately 4.
Do you know how many, 4 missing persons? Do you know how many homicide investigators there are?
Currently, we have 10 homicide investigators.
Would that number have been similar in 2022, or do you recall how many?
Due to the nature of the job in the homicide unit, we have a high turnover rate throughout the years. It has changed. But for a while there, we would have some investigators that wouldn't last more than 2 to 3 years based on the type of incidents that we worked. At the time, I believe it was approximately around 9 or 10.
Okay. And do you know approximately how many investigators are in the crime scene unit?
Approximately 10. The crime scene is a little bit different makeup. Approximately 7.5 years ago, we brought civilian crime scene investigators to the Chattanooga Police Department. And we have slowly transitioned into filling those spots with civilian crime scene technicians. We do have, at this point, I believe, 5 sworn law enforcement crime scene investigators, and the rest are made up by civilian employees.
How many major homicides would you say you've worked? I won't say major, all homicides are major, I apologize. How many homicides would you say you've worked?
As a lead investigator, approximately 26, 27. In terms of how we work investigations, we work as a team within our homicide unit. We try to conduct the best investigation we can. So we assist with pretty much any homicide that happens. So as collectively, with me being there 7.5 years, I've been the lead or assisted with approximately 200 homicide investigations.
How do you become the lead on a homicide investigation?
We have a homicide rotation. We have an on-call schedule that will fill in the gaps of outside of business hours. So I hate to say that we have business hours because we do that based on the nature of the job, but for scheduling purposes, we have an 8 to 4 schedule. From 4 p.m. until 8 a.m. the next day, we have on-call investigators that take the evening shift calls as they come in. And we also have investigators that fill the day shift because we're not sitting around the office doing nothing. So you know which days if something were to come out, you'd be the investigator to respond to. So we have a normal on-call schedule in terms of daily calls that come out because we don't just work homicides. We work life-threatening assaults where the possibility of death could occur. We work DOAs, which are death upon arrival, or death investigations, essentially that are unknown cause or suspicious in nature. So natural cases we typically don't come out to, such as a heart.
I can't find a natural breaking point, and I want to answer Mary's question quick. Is it possible that people who heard screams would interpret it as coming from a movie or TV show? The way that they described it was that it was loud and continuous screams from a female. So they said loud, continuous female scream. They also said they heard a loud thud and a female screaming from Jason Chen's apartment 210. They could literally pinpoint which one. So I don't think so. It's just unfortunate that they didn't call the police at the time.
Heart attack, someone who's 80-something years old, that has maybe extensive medical history. A lot of times we refer or call about those, but we don't respond to those. But any type of shooting, we also respond to as well. That meets our nexus. But any homicide, we come out to. We also come out to we work kidnappings, and we also assist with other investigations that potentially have a nexus to the homicide unit. There may be suspicious circumstances around it, whether it be a kidnapping, a missing persons, or potentially a robbery.
Were you and are you the lead investigator in the case of Jasmine Pace?
Yes, I was assigned as the investigator on the case.
From the time that you got involved, let's just say in days after Jasmine's body was located, how many different people in the Chattanooga Police Department would have been involved in an investigation of that scale?
In this investigation, in the disappearance and homicide of Jasmine Pace, our entire homicide unit, practically our entire crime scene unit, fugitive investigators were involved. We also had an academy class that was active at the time that was going through to become police officers. They assisted with area searches. Requested for our drone team that worked out of the traffic unit at the time to assist in the investigation for scoping further areas. We attempted to employ canines. We reached out to other jurisdictions. We had federal partners, such as the federal marshals, the FBI, also involved. Anything we could do potentially to get answers for the family, we reached out and did.
Can you describe for the jury your initial involvement, including when you first heard the name Jasmine Pace?
Yes. On Sunday, November 27th, 2022, I was actually at home. I wasn't necessarily on call. Like I said, that's a very loose term with our unit. I was at home with my kids. My wife was at work. Detective Teach texted me and asked if I had seen any of the Facebook posts that had been on the internet about the disappearance of Jasmine Pace. I said I had not. He referred me to Facebook, and I actively searched Facebook to look into what he was referring to at that time. I started then reading the Facebook posts by some of the family and friends of Jasmine Pace about what they had potentially discovered at that time and what they had actively posted on the internet. I had a discussion with Detective Seats that we'd be potentially looking into that case based on some suspicious circumstances around her disappearance. I was actually actively looking for childcare at that time to potentially come in and see if I could assist with the investigation. And at approximately 6 p.m. that evening, I was actually called by my supervisor. So approximately about 30 minutes after Detective Siege starts the conversation about it, I was called by my supervisor about the same case, which then I in turn found childcare and came in to assist.
So at the time that you first learned about it, you had not heard from any missing person investigator at the Chattanooga Police Department?
No, I had not.
Are you now aware that they knew about it, they just did not contact anybody from the CPD Homicide Division?
Correct. I didn't find out directly that missing persons was involved until I spoke with my supervisor, Sergeant Emery, who's Lieutenant Emery.
So around November 26th, when they found Jasmine's vehicle, is when her parents had called 911, reported her missing, and obviously gone to Jason Chen's apartment. Now, did you know that he was already arrested on November 29th of 2022 because eventually the police did go out to his apartment and they found a lot of blood evidence. This detective in particular had said at other hearings leading up to this trial that he'd never seen so much blood in an apartment. Blood evidence based on the Blue Star reagent that they used and just the reaction. It was like glowing, right? So Jason Chen was arrested because of the evidence in the apartment, which is also why the defense wants that evidence thrown out, because that will help his client, because Jasmine's mother had, and dad and stepdad had broken into the apartment because they were looking for Jasmine. So that would explain the defense strategy in that way. It makes sense. But the judge is saying, no, that evidence is in. But he was arrested on November 29th of 2022 before Jasmine's body was even discovered. And because they arrested him, they were able to analyze his phone. They saw that he made a stop at that Suck Creek Road, the 1000 block of Suck Creek Road. And that is where they went. And that's where they found that hard shell suitcase. And in it, they found Jasmine's remains.
And when you began your involvement, did you initially meet with Jasmine's family?
My first involvement, I actually called Detective Seach and requested him come in. I was advised at the time of initial response. I was going to respond to the Police Service Center to speak with Investigator Tumlin about his findings in the investigation to see how we could assist and potentially lend our expertise in the matter on how we could potentially help them locate Jasmine Pace, and also potentially go over the details to see if there was anything that was suspicious at the time that potentially could link to something else. So I notified Detective Seach. Lieutenant Emory advised he would be responding as well. And I knew that I was going to talk to Investigator Tumlin. Once I responded that evening, just after 7 p.m., to our police station, I was then greeted by Investigator Tumlin, which I had a short conversation about what he had found at that time, because there wasn't much that had been done at that point. And he notified me that the victim's family would be at the police station at around 7:30 p.m., which then I decided to further wait on details till we spoke further with the victim's family.
Did you speak with the victim's family?
I did.
And based on that conversation, did you become aware of Jason Chen?
Yes, I did.
And what was your basis of knowledge as to who Jason Chen was and how he was related to the investigation at that point?
At that point, at the beginning stages of speaking with Investigator Tumlin, reading the Facebook post, and also speaking with the victim's family, I realized that Jason Chen was a potential significant other, whether it was dating or some sort of other type of relationship where they would meet up. I didn't know the exact circumstances other than that they had been talking and seeing each other for a few months. At that point, I did learn that he had not reached out to Investigator Tumlin and the potential, missing person of his significant other.
But Investigator Tumlin was not able to give you very much information, is that correct?
No, he was not.
Did Investigator Blunt ever give you any information?
I never talked to Investigator Blunt due to her not responding and not assisting with the investigation.
Based on information that you received from Jasmine's family, did the Homicide Division seek a search warrant for Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, we did.
And was that search warrant issued?
It was.
And were you present when the search warrant was executed at Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, I was.
All right, I'm going to start. Can you flip the backlights off for me, deputies? By having you turn around to this screen, and we're going to switch screens in a second. But let me ask you this. At 110 Tremont, the jury's now heard this address many times. Are you familiar with North Chattanooga?
Yes, I am.
How long have you lived in Chattanooga?
Almost my entire life, other than a few years I spent in the military, and a year and a half I lived in Illinois with my wife.
Okay. So were you familiar also with Tremont Road, Tremont Street? Tremont Street as well before this investigation began?
Yes, I was.
Okay. All right. Let's see. You recognize this building?
Yes.
this is the Tremont Apartments at 110 Tremont Street, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I want you to describe here sort of the layout of the building and the surroundings of the building based on your investigation into Mr. Chen's apartment. If you don't mind, to sort of walk the jury through what we're looking at, what's on the left side, what's on the right side.
Just for, I'll just describe, so this is going to be the actual front of the Tremont Loft Apartments at 110 Tremont Street. The door you see here at the bottom is going to be the main entrance. There's actually a keypad right here, which is the main access into the building. There are 3 separate other exits, the way that they're designed. This would actually be from looking on the left side over here where the cars are direction towards would be north. So the road runs north and south. So this would actually be the west side of the building. On the right side over here on the picture is going to be the south side of the building. There's a parking lot. There's a parking lot area, as you can see, that buds up to the side of the apartment complex. And there's it's hard to tell from the picture, but there's a ramp here to an exit as well. On the north side of the apartment complex, it's very similar setup, with just a little bit smaller parking space. Essentially, you have a few parking spots just around this corner. There's another exit as well. On the back side of the apartments, there's also one more additional exit. But that parking is for an additional location and not those apartments itself. Specifically, this apartment complex we refer to as the North Shore area. If you're not familiar with Chattanooga, it's historically been called the North Shore area. Essentially, we have the Tennessee River that runs through downtown. And the main part of downtown Chattanooga is on the south side of the river. And this smaller community on the north side of it is essentially the North Shore area. This is actually fairly closely located to Coolidge Park, which is right across the road from it.
And Investigator Crawford, over here, I'm showing this little red line. What is this?
That's going to be a dumpster enclosure. At the time that we first served the search warrant, there was 2 blue large-sized dumpsters that were located inside there.
Did the police department investigate those dumpsters?
We did.
Okay. And looking back at this building, can you help the jury understand where in the building Mr. Chen's apartment was?
Correct. By looking at this, it would actually be on the right side. He was a few apartments deep into the apartment complex, about a third of the way up on the right side. He actually has he has an opening. I would hate to say it's a balcony because all it is a metal bars and the sliding glass door opens. So it's not anywhere you can walk out to, but essentially you can open it to have window access or air to come in. Just past the walkway exit, the ramp there that I showed before, his apartment, if you're looking at it on the second floor, just to the right.
Okay. Is this location that you're looking at, is it in Hamilton County, Tennessee?
It is.
In the city of Chattanooga, is that correct?
Yes.
So you were present. Well, let me ask you one more question about this front door. I think that we can see, but you agree that those are stairs going down to that front door right there?
That's correct.
Okay. You testified that you were present when the search warrant was executed at Jason's apartment, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what time, what day, first of all, what day that search warrant was executed?
Yes, we obtained the search warrant. Detective Seach actually did obtain the search warrant while still speaking with the victim's family at that time. He notified me that he had a signed search warrant for the apartment 210 of Jason Chen's. He subsequently notified me. I subsequently notified crime scene, and we began to respond after we executed the search warrant. Like I testified earlier, approximately half of our crime scene investigators are not sworn employees, so they do not have the ability to carry protection, such as firearms. So typical protocol would be that either investigators or patrol officers that have extra layers of protection, potentially on a search warrant could be high-level risk at any time, not knowing if it's occupied at that time or unoccupied. We had officers respond to the area for 2 reasons: to help with the execution of the search warrant, to assist with safety, and the second part is Officer Clemens is the courtesy officer at these apartments. He doesn't reside in these apartments. He lives at a separate apartment complex that he oversees several apartments, and a courtesy officer is essentially their responsibility to follow up on disturbances after hours, potentially help lock things up, do those types of things. He had a master key, which will allow us not to force entry into the apartment. So upon Officer Clemens' arrival, we were able to further execute that search warrant with a master key that allowed us in apartment 210. At approximately 23:45 hours, which is 11:45 p.m. on the 27th of November of 2022, the search warrant was executed upon entering the apartment.
And I'm assuming that you have been involved in the execution of dozens, if not hundreds of search warrants, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In a situation such as this, would you knock first?
In this specific incident, we did, because we don't do no-knock warrants in the homicide unit, and there's also safety skills that we have to abide by in terms of when I execute the warrant. That reaches a certain level, then we have our SWAT unit serve those search warrants. We do knock, one, to make sure that they know that it's law enforcement coming into their residence, to try to alleviate any type of safety concerns for the owners of the residence and law enforcement themselves as well. So they did knock and announce.
No one's there?
No one was there.
Okay. So then you were able to gain access by the courtesy officer, so you didn't have to make forcible entry?
Correct.
Okay. When you make entry into a residence such as this with a valid search warrant, what are the order of events, if you could describe them to the jury?
Typical process is first is to make the apartment safe for the search warrant. So upon entry is to make sure that no other parties are inside the residence, which gives us the ability to, one, main reason is we're there is we're looking for Jasmine Pace. We're also potentially trying to locate Jason Chen to potentially interview him, see if he has any knowledge of where Jasmine Pace is at. The other part, not only is looking for them, is to make sure no one else is inside that apartment, to potentially remove them so we can do our job in terms of investigating that apartment, potentially trying to locate or collect evidence, and attempt to make observations. So the first thing is to remove any parties outside of the apartment, to then start processing or start documenting and processing that location. So at first we would either send, it's a very tough question to ask based on circumstances, circumstantial or different circumstances on who goes inside the apartment to make it, or a residence or whatever it may be to make it safe. If we have a visual inside the entire apartment, then it may just be 1 or 2 investigators that show up. But in this specific case, we have patrol officers and homicide investigators that were present. We entered there, made it secured. We requested that all patrol officers to not re-enter that apartment. At that point, we're waiting on our crimes unit to respond to document and collect evidence. After it's deemed safe, the lead investigator and potentially an assisting investigator with the investigation will then conduct a walkthrough of that scene to potentially see items that stand out as potential evidence or things that seem suspicious for 2 different manners. One is to make sure that we don't attempt to further alter or change the scene, to make sure that, as soon as you walk in, you're not walking into a puddle of blood. Or sometimes in some investigations that we have too, there's potentially a deceased person just on the other side of that door. We don't want any further contaminants or anything altered. And also we're able to make observations that we can pass to the crime scene investigators about what we want collected and documented.
The jury is going to see in a moment and later this week lots of pictures of Mr. Chen's apartment, Investigator Crawford. They're going to see some pictures where items, one photo of a certain area where it looks different than it does in another photo. Can you explain to them how the photographing and processing of a crime scene works?
Yes. The first stage is the photographing and crime scene location or potential search warrant, whatever it may be. The first set of photographs for documentation purposes is to take general photos of the apartment, potential items of evidence, or things that stick out, or whatever's part of the search warrant that we're executing. They will take photographs of those things. They will then follow those photographs up with a secondary set of photographs with evidence markers. Once they've documented it with photographs and video, they will go back through and place evidence markers on different pieces of evidence. And at that point, they will then take a second photograph of that, and specifically focusing in on whatever that piece of evidence or something that sticks out. We're documenting those specific things with evidence markers, and potentially getting closer up shots. After that, there will be a collection phase. They will document it with evidence markers, close-ups, multi-different angles potentially of those, with the camera. After those items of evidence are collected, or whatever the photograph is taken, those other items are then collected by the crime scene unit where they're documented and placed into bags of evidence at that point. Then we conduct another set of photographs to show the condition of which, once we finish the search, what the residence, apartment, whatever it may be, is left in to document our entire process. There is a possibility that process continues, where you potentially you do a search at first, items of evidence are collected. Like I said, they'll do the first two phases of documentation of photographs based on potentially what items of evidence are seen or observed. We always attempt to do a second walk-through search of the apartment to make sure we didn't miss anything else. So that process could start again with another set of photos of a potentially different set of items that maybe you didn't see an evidence marker there before, but there's an evidence marker there now. So sometimes there's the same angle and it appears that something's been moved. If you were to observe all the photographs chronologically, obviously it would make the most sense. But obviously there's potential, depending on what angle of the photos, you may see a photograph of a notebook in a certain place, and then if there's a different angle of the same one, and the notebook's not there, it's potentially been removed as evidence in the case.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was helpful. So if we're talking about a crime scene and you come in after a search warrant's executed and you see this lying on a table, for example, and you can see I've got a piece of paper over a pen. Crime scene may take a photo of this, is that correct?
That's correct.
But then crime scene might remove this and take a photo of this, is that correct?
Correct.
And then crime scene might remove both of these, collect them as evidence, and take a picture of that, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you entered into Jason Chen's apartment, did you have any idea what happened to Jasmine Pace? You didn't know where she was?
No, I didn't know where she was.
And other than the information that you used to obtain a search warrant, you didn't know what happened?
Correct.
Okay. And the witness. A lot of pictures. I'll try to tell what many there are.
We can do a batch of pictures.
I'm just going to pause. I almost said pause. Where's my accent coming from now? I'm going to pause. I think I'm speaking in a Tennessee accent already. Okay, Lolly said 1.5 hours behind. Did Chen ever report a burglary and phones, tablet, etc. being stolen, or did PD contact him before he had a chance to notice? I think PD contacted him, and I think he was really just hiding out at his mother's house. He went to his parents' house in Nolensville, Tennessee. I don't know what his plan would have been. Like, what were you going to do there, bro? You know, leaving a lot of electronics behind, but yet taking Jasmine's. They never found her cell phone, but they found her SIM card in a glasses case in his backpack. So I think he took that with him. So yeah, that's a giant red flag, right? Trey says, thank you so much for covering this case. And there's so many others that you cover with such wonderful compassion for the victims and their families. Thank you so much for being here. I see a couple of people dropped off. They got distracted or something. And I must say, I mean, this witness is fantastic, great information, but he's got such a like calm, soothing demeanor. I understand if some people are like, wow, it's nap time. So thank you so much for being here with me as they are continuing a little bit longer today. It's already 5:30 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And so let's see if maybe they go to 6 or something today. The poor jury, as we know, they sequestered. And this trial is set to last 10 days. Will they go 10 days in a row? I don't know. Are they going to get Sundays off? Are they working on Saturdays? Who knows? We'll wait and see.
It's fine, Chen, for them, let her mark them, and you can get into the direct testimony.
Ought to be 57.
Take a second and look through these photographs. Do you recognize those photos as photos that were taken at the time the search warrant was executed on November 28, 2022?
That's correct.
Do they accurately represent what Mr. Chen's apartment looked like in November of 2022?
That's correct.
And were you present when most, if not all, of those photos were taken?
I believe so.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these photos become State's Exhibits 25 through 81.
25 through 81.
And I know this is going to take
That's
the
okay.
court reporter a second. I apologize,
Stand up and
Judge.
stretch, take your time.
The judge is like, everybody stretch.
The air traffic control. Randy Biggs. He's also part of the team that's here around the line. Or the clerk's team. Her nickname is Ruckus. So when she shows up in court, something bad is going to happen or about to happen, it's some type of ruckus. How's everybody doing in the jury box, by the way? We've got a couple of extra chairs there we don't usually have. You guys on the end doing okay? Okay. I know your chair's a little close to the edge there, so be careful. Don't want to roll off.
Okay. Now we're all caught up. Damn it. We like to be behind so that we can defluff. That's a lot of exhibits. Oh my goodness. Are we ready? Yeah, Frankie's asking if he bailed out. He was initially held without bond, and then he was held later on a $5 million bond, and he's still incarcerated. It's just that he initially had a private attorney, and then he had a public defender when he spent all his parents' money.
6 times.
pages 25 through 82. Okay. 25 through 82.
All right. If you'll turn around the screen behind you. Jury's actually already seen this picture, but this is a duplicate, which is State's Exhibit 26. What is that?
It's a photograph of the front door of apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street.
All right, Investigator Crawford. You begin a search like this with just a naked eye search. Is that fair to say?
Blood's in a flashlight.
And in a case such as this, is blood one of the things with your naked eye that you'd be looking for?
Be one of the things.
Upon the initial entrance into Mr. Chen's apartment, did anyone with a naked eye locate any blood?
I did.
Just with no specificity around what areas?
The first observance that I observed was in the living room area of the apartment, specifically behind the futon-style couch that was there on the floor. It was the first area that I observed.
What is Blue Star?
Blue Star reagent is a chemical that is used in the detection of blood. Specifically, it's used to detect the presence of blood that's not visible to the naked eye. Essentially, shows when it reacts. Blue Star reacts to blood. It shows the presence of blood if it was cleaned up, or cleaned or wiped, or lighted.
And can you explain to the jury how Blue Star actually works when an investigator does it?
In simple terms, they mix the chemical solution and they spray it upon surfaces with a spray bottle. At which point, if there is something such as there's blood, you will see a chemical reaction that occurs through a process called luminescence. Essentially, you'll see a bright blue or potentially white coloration that comes up similar to neon coloration.
And if it illuminates in that bright blue or white, does that indicate the presence of blood?
Yes, it can.
In this case, was Blue Star employed soon after entry was made into the apartment?
Blue Star wasn't applied at first. We first had to document the scene. Specifically, if there was large areas of blood, there would be no need to spray it with Blue Star. There would be potentially just swabs of where that are samples taken. So first you have to potentially document the scene in multiple avenues, potentially look for areas of surfaces that you would be interested in to see if blood had been cleaned up in that area.
But did you do that in this case?
We did.
When you do that, are the lights supposed to be off?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to introduce these photos. They are going to be on the big screen. However, the state has purchased this TV because it's hard to see on the screen. Some of the colors are not correct. Within the court's comfortability and the jury's, I like the lights to be turned off in the courtroom.
Off.
Yes, Your Honor.
See how dark that gets. Like that, film that work for you?
If that's what the court's comfortable with.
Turn them off. Is that because that's far? That's all. That's
Okay, all right, can't get any more, all right. So again, Investigator Crawford, I will have them on this back screen, the next photos I'm going to show, but I'm also going to have them here. And would the court allow the jury to stand up if they can't view this TV well enough?
Absolutely. If any juror can't see the evidence that someone wants to refer to, or any attorney, raise your hand and be sure to stand up, move around if you need to, within the 3 months.
Investigator Crawford, do you recall who employed Blue Star at the apartment that day?
I do.
Who was it?
Investigator Johnson with our crime team.
And you were present for that?
I was.
On the large screen and on this screen is State's Exhibit 25. Investigator Crawford, was that represent to you? Paul is gone.
Jennifer, moving the TV closer to the jury will help. Feel free to do that. I can watch it on the big screen.
Okay. Of course. We just wanted you to see for a minute. Second. Flash. All right. Investigator Crawford, did this indicate to investigators that there is a possible presence of blood in what are the blue areas?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 27. Again, another photo that shows blue star reaction.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 28. More blue star reaction. You can actually see it up there better than you can in this photo. State's Exhibit 29. What? 29. State's Exhibit 29. Oh, I haven't been moving it on. I'm sorry, that's my fault. This is State's Exhibit 29 on both TVs. The blue spots are indicative of blood.
Shows a positive reaction.
State's Exhibit 30. Where in Mr. Chen's apartment are we standing at this point, Investigator Crawford?
Currently, this photograph is taken from perspective inside of the single bedroom. It's actually pointing down through what appears to be a hallway. It's actually, what you see is that the lighter colored area at the bottom of the photograph is going to be a carpeted area. You see a door frame. Just past that is a tiled area. It's going to be a small bathroom on the left-hand side. Essentially, you have a shower. On the right-hand side, you have a toilet, sink, and mirror. Directly through that goes into the living room and kitchen area back towards the front door of the residence.
And on the television screen, if General Moyle has, you'll have to look here because you can't see it up there because the lighting's not good. There's a piece of carpet missing.
That's correct.
Who did that?
Crime scene unit.
Collected that piece of carpet as evidence?
Yes, it did.
Okay. State's Exhibit 31. Again, same view, just different lighting.
That's
in
correct.
Mr. Chen's bedroom.
That's correct.
It's what you can see in this right-hand side over here. Is that Mr. Chen's bed?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 32. What is this object?
That's going to be on the back side of the front door of the residence.
Right when you walk in?
That's correct. As soon as you walk in.
State's Exhibit 33. Another angle, same doorway.
That's correct.
This shows State's Exhibit 34. This shows a little bit of different angle. Again, you can now see this, the removal of this carpet was done by the crime scene unit.
Yes, that's correct.
For what purposes would that have been?
During the initial walkthrough and documentation of the scene, we observed a dark reddish brown discoloration on the carpet that was consistent with blood. They collected that carpeted sample at that time prior to Blue Star being administered. They wouldn't let Blue Star administered potentially saturate that blood or potentially do anything to it at the time.
Okay, and then lastly, State's Exhibit 35.
That's going to be a photograph of the bathroom sink inside of that small bathroom area. You can see, if you might have a laser pointer.
Say that again?
Laser pointer.
Oh, no, sure.
Since this one is, there's multiple areas of, do you mind if I approach the screen?
No, go ahead. If the board doesn't mind.
Please step down. Be sure to speak up, investigators, so the jury can hear you, and the court can hear you.
Yes. Sorry, the laser light was activated with the TV. Inside this photograph, you will see a picture of, like I said, the bathroom sink inside of the single bathroom inside of the apartment. On the photograph, it may be hard to tell from where you're sitting, but there's multiple areas where you see a positive blue star reaction. You can see this bright colored area here. Zoomed in. If you back out on the sink itself, you can see the reaction on top of the sink. And here it appears to be shading product right there. If you look down in the sink, you can actually see what appears to be a positive reaction inside the sink and went down towards the drain.
Thank you, Investigator Crawford. Your Honor, the last thing we turned back on is now the condition of the drain. Investigator Crawford, you mentioned, talking about that carpet, you mentioned discoloration. Were there multiple spots of discoloration on the carpet that you could see with the naked eye?
Yes.
And in your experience as a homicide prosecutor, what did the discoloration appear to be?
Investigator.
What else?
Prosecutor.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you are not a prosecutor. As an investigator, in your years of experience, what did that discoloration appear to be?
Blood.
So is that one way, the discoloration on the carpet, is that one way the crime scene would have known what areas of carpet to collect?
Correct. Obviously, the discoloration, the reddish brown color, depending on the different stages, and how fresh it is, how old it is. If it had been attempted to be cleaned up, any areas that have been presumed full of blood were attempted to be collected at that time.
You saw in a lot of those photos there was yellow markers and yellow tape. Who did that?
Our crime scene.
Is that how they evidence what they have collected and what stands out to them as possible evidence in the case?
Whether it was their observation or an investigator's observation, such as myself asking certain items to be documented and collected, they use the yellow evidence markers to document those during photographs.
When would you say that this investigation became a homicide investigation?
Upon first spray of the Blue Star reagent, I was actually standing in the kitchen area. Upon the first administration of the Blue Star reagent, upon first spray, it illuminated an extremely large area inside the living room area. The most I'd seen at that point in my homicide career. I've seen that intense and that wide of an area in terms of a reaction to Blue Star.
All right, we're going to go through some other photos. I'll try to go as quickly as possible. They'll all be behind you from this point forward. Investigator Crawford. All right, so again, just orient on State's Exhibit 36, just orient the jury.
This is going to be a photograph documenting the front doorway, specifically where the locking mechanism goes into the door. We document every time we enter in to document if there's signs of forced entry. Standard practice to document them.
Upon entry into the apartment, did you smell any odors of marijuana?
No.
In your experience, both in patrol and as an investigator, have you had the chance to smell marijuana?
Yes, I have.
In raw form?
Yes.
And in smoked form?
Yes.
And did you smell it in this apartment in any form?
No.
State's Exhibit 37 is just a photo of the door. Did you witness any forced entry, signs of forced entry on the door, or the photo number 36 or 37?
No, not your typical signs of forced entry. There's scratches on the door frame, but they're not truly indicative of forced entry.
Are we, this State's Exhibit 38, are we looking in from the front door?
That's correct. This is the point of view as you enter through the front door of the apartment. Once again, it's been described as a shotgun-style apartment. It's not, it's more long than it is wide. Essentially, you can see the 3 or 4 separate rooms, however you want to describe it. The living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, and then the entry into the back bedroom. This is taken from approximately the same location in just a slightly different angle. That then starts to capture the right side of the apartment or the west side of the apartment.
And that's photo 39. This is State's Exhibit 40. Again, now we're just panning over to the right. You'll see that desk chair. What's in front of that desk chair that you can't see in this photo?
Just this side of it?
Yes, sir.
It would be the
Yes,
desk.
chair. The desk.
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 41. What are we looking at?
This is going to be a photograph from over top of the futon. Back, it's documenting what's on top of the futon, specifically a bottle of isopropanol alcohol, a pack of paper towels, and some no minor instructions.
And I'm going to go back to, see, this would be State's Exhibit 39. You can see in this picture the couch looks different.
Correct.
What happened between 39 and Exhibit 41, which was this?
The first set of photographs are the documentation of the scene as to how we found it, being the investigators upon the execution of the search warrant. The second picture is after we've documented the scene and documented the potential items of evidence that we first deemed potentially needed or we were going to need based on the search warrant we were executing. After that's conducted, we then conduct a search of the residence. Because first we document things in plain view without attempting to open or do anything to potentially alter the scene. A search has then been conducted where now you see that the black duffel bag has been removed, and once we removed that black duffel bag, it showed us this bottle of isopropanol alcohol and the paper towels.
So going back to State's Exhibit 40, you're saying the black bag is what I'm circling here, it says Nike on it?
That's correct.
And then 41 would show what was underneath that bag, which is what you can see depicted in this photo.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 42. In this photo from the door, you can now see the defendant's desk.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 43. Now, would we be standing nearer to the desk, looking back towards Mr. Chen's bedroom?
Yes, that's correct.
Photo of the kitchen in Mr. Chen's house. State's Exhibit 44.
Yes, that's correct.
Standing in front of the bar, State's Exhibit 45 in Mr. Chen's apartment.
Yes, that's correct.
What do you recall what's in that high value box right there?
It's essentially industrial saran wrap, like packaging wrap, that you would find that potentially people would wrap like pallets or larger objects with.
State's Exhibit 46 is a photo of Mr. Chen's kitchen with cabinets open.
That's correct.
Another angle, State's Exhibit 47.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 48 is a photo of the kitchen counter, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 49 is a zoomed in photo of that counter with a Band-Aid box.
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 50 is a closer photo of the Band-Aid box.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 51 would be from the other side of the kitchen looking back, is that correct?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 52 is a photo of a small laundry room in Mr. Chen's apartment.
Yes, that's correct.
Were there clothes in that washing machine right there?
And there's a pair of gray sweatpants.
State's Exhibit 53, taken probably close to the laundry machine, looking back into Mr. Chen's bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
This is a photo of Mr. Chen's bathroom sink.
Yes, that's correct.
That is State's Exhibit 54. Another photo of the bathroom sink. Again, why, one more time for the jury, why would this photo 55 have had nothing on the sink and 54, which you can see here, would have had things on the sink?
Once again, once the search was conducted, items have to be moved sometimes to see what's under them. Whether, in this case, obviously to see multiple items stacked upon each other to see every item under, or potentially see if other evidence, such as potentially blood or anything else, is potentially located. Obviously, those items have to be removed. At which point, that's why you see what appears to be the men's boxer briefs on the floor.
In this photo, do you know what that item is?
It's a box of Band-Aids.
Close-up of Mr. Chen's sink is Exhibit 56.
That's correct.
A photo of the light switch in Mr. Chen's bathroom is 57. What's significant about this photo?
You can see just under the left light switch, you can see a dark discoloration. To my naked eye at the time, I observed that potentially blood transfer.
This is Exhibit 58. Again, we've seen this from different angles. You can begin to see where the tile meets the carpet here, which brings us to State's Exhibit 59.
Firstly, we don't want to see this, okay? But look in the grout. That's what they're looking at now, is all the blood evidence in the grout. Because they had that blue star reagent reactor and everything, but with the naked eye here, you can actually see that discoloration as well. Thank you so much, Donna Barkley. Thank you everyone who's still here. And thanks to everyone sending coffees and PayPals and joining Patreon. You guys are very sweet. Okay, so the court is going a little longer today, as we know. Thanks for all of you who are sticking with me through all of this, all right? And then, obviously, today we're meeting for, today's day 1. Tomorrow we'll continue with day 2.
What is significant about this photo, Investigator Crawford?
In this specific photo, there's at least 2 different things location-wise. In the specific grout line, directly in the middle here, you can see a dark discoloration that has a reddish-brown tint that leads into the edging of the carpet, specifically right here. To my naked eye, I believe that to be blood, to be the presence of blood stuck in the grout. The second part, you can start to see at the edge of the carpeted area, the tile area, is another dark discoloration up here, which also, to my observations, is reddish brown and consistent with blood as well.
And Investigator Crawford, I'll point your attention over here to the grout on the left. You can see on the bottom is darker than the top. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So when you say dark discoloration, do you mean that the difference potentially between this and that, or this and that?
Correct. If you were to see, just seeing these 2 pictures without seeing the rest of the grout lines, you can clearly tell that in this middle section between the bedroom and the kitchen/living room area, you could see a dark discoloration that was different than the other side, maybe closer to the actual toilet, which they would appear. It all appeared that someone attempted to clean it up. It didn't appear that it was completely fresh, but I knew that my experience with home ownership, that grout is obviously extremely difficult to clean unless you know exactly what you're doing.
State's Exhibit 60 is just a photo of Mr. Chen's shower.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 61, another photo looking into the shower.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 62, another view from the bathroom into the shower.
That's correct.
All right, now, State's Exhibit 63. This is a new picture for the jury. Can you describe where we're at?
This photograph would have been taken from essentially the bathroom area looking into the single bedroom. On the right side, you can see the cabinetry, you can see a TV, you can see the carpeted area. Directly up back is the, I'll call it the balcony, though it's not. You can see the sliding glass door that opens up. To the left, you can see what appears to be the ending of Jason Chen's bed. You can also see things that we observed in the carpeted area. Specifically, earlier, we observed the pictures that were taken from his room when the Blue Star reagent was applied. In those pictures, you can see a small carpeted section that had been cut out in the form of a square/rectangle. That specific location is right here. In the picture, tell from there, there's a dark red, brownish discoloration right here, where we believe to be suspected blood as well.
State's Exhibit 64. So a closer up investigator, but I want to stop here for a second. At some point, the jury may see more similar photos. But in these cabinets, what types of belongings were in these sets of cabinets here?
It's essentially matching style cabinets. You have normal open cabinets with small shelvings in the top ones. Two-part cabinet. The bottom ones are set up essentially like a closet. You've got a coat hanger that runs. They put their t-shirts, pants hanging from them. So you'll see clothes within those. You'll see other items, larger items that maybe not be clothes that are shoved in under bottom, as potential storage space. And you'll also see the pull-out drawers, which I would say typically based on the dynamics of the apartment will be where people have other items of clothes as well.
This cabinet on the right, what was located in the bottom, underneath what would have been hanging clothes? What was located in the bottom part of that cabinet?
There was a small travel-size suitcase, which you would assume to be like a 1 to 2 day venture. They make, typically there's 3 different normal sizes for suitcase. You have the extremely large one, 50, 52 inches. Then it goes down to approximately 10 inches to around a 40-inch suitcase. And then below that, you have your 30-inch, essentially the ones you could actually pack on an airline. At the bottom of that, there was a Samsonite small suitcase that was located there.
You're familiar with the suitcase that this case was found inside of?
Correct.
Was this...
Sorry, I just have to pause quickly here. Bernie Heaven, thank you so much. And Pammy, you were able to reply to Bernie Heaven's sticker? That's a first on my channel. Okay, so YouTube's rolling that out in Switzerland. It's midnight in Switzerland here. So thank you so much to Bernie and also to YouTube for finally having that feature on my channel, it looks like.
Suitcase smaller than that one?
This case was, yes.
And then in the other cabinet on the left-hand side, underneath what would be the hanging clothes, what was located in that space?
A void.
Nothing?
There was a gap where I believe something was possibly there based on the rest of the dynamics of the room, on how the clothes are hanging, how things were put there. I believed on how things were stored there that there was a void that at the time I believed to potentially be, they say, not the initial walkthrough during the morning hours around 7:45 a.m. on the 28th. That's when I made the observation that it was potentially a suitcase, and it's for the fact of the square section that was missing was consistent with the suitcase size. Most people, when they have travel-size suitcases, the smaller ones, they also have the larger ones. Sometimes they come in sets, sometimes they don't. But I know that most people have, especially if they fly, will have several different sizes of suitcases, more than just a small size. So I believe at that time it was potentially a suitcase or maybe another larger duffel bag of some sort that would require, a square section.
65, just another angle there where we can now see the end of Mr. Chen's bed. Again, those windows would point out to the parking lot on the right side of the building if you're looking at the front of the building?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 66 is a photo of Mr. Chen's bed. You can see some type of drapery on the wall to the left, or some type of art that's hanging. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what can you? I'm not sure if there's going to be another photo. State's Exhibit 67. This again just would depict some of that dark discoloration that you've already testified to.
Yes, that's correct.
68 is a closer up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, we're back looking the other way in the apartment. Do you see something on the bed there at the top left corner?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a knife with a kitchen style knife with a sheath on top of it.
That State's Exhibit 70, Judge. I apologize. Just a different angle of the bed.
That's
Investigator
correct.
Crawford. That State's Exhibit 71. Another angle inside the room, looking at the tapestry on the wall, 72. Correct?
That's correct.
Yet another angle of that tapestry on the wall in 73.
That's correct.
Now, in Exhibit 74, we are looking at what?
This will be on the right side of the bed as the picture we're looking at. If you're coming into the room, it'd actually be the far left-hand side of the room. This will be a little bedside drawer set. Essentially, you'll see shoes, socks, and other items that were beside the bedside.
Were you able to determine what this is on the wall?
It was, to my knowledge, it was tested and didn't show a presence of blood.
It just looked like some kind of dirt.
Well, it looked more like a substance such as a spill of some sort, potentially that would have fallen and not properly cleaned up.
Okay, we don't know.
No, no.
State's Exhibit 75, again, just another angle, correct, looking at those closets.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 76, is this with one of the closets opened?
That's correct.
Do you recall which side this was?
So be on the right-hand side, or the first one you come into the room would be the one directly right there.
And what is this item right here?
They are green hand towels, Better Home and Garden.
Exhibit 77, when you say Better Homes and Garden, you mean the name brand?
Yes, a Walmart brand.
Is that a close-up of that?
That's correct.
And can you actually see where it says distributed by Walmart?
That's correct.
Exhibit 78, say, in the bedroom, is this in the bedroom?
Yes, that's correct. It's depicts more of what I observed to be potentially blood transfer to the light switch area. You can see it on the floor plate, the switch, and just directly beside it on the wall. The brownish.
Can you believe the amount of evidence we're seeing on day one of this trial? My goodness. They have powered through witnesses and they're showing all sorts of exhibits. Maybe tomorrow we'll get to see some video, surveillance and body cam, things like that. But this must be so devastating for Jasmine's family sitting there in that courtroom looking at this, knowing that this is where Jasmine last was. And it's just horrifying to see that blue star reagent. That was a lot.
Red color discoloration.
These next four may be difficult to see on the screen, but we'll try. This is 79. Can you see what's depicted in this photo? And actually, you can see this version too, Investigator Crawford, if that helps at all.
There's a few things in this photograph.
Here's this.
Once again, there appears to be potential blood transfer to the bottom edge of the doorway. You can see small speckled areas there. And on the floor, you can see discolorations that are reddish brown as well, that are consistent with blood transfer from somebody's foot.
Is it fair to say, Investigator Crawford, that in this photo, the physical photo, that spot there, that this spot appears to be more red in color?
Correct. The photograph depicts it better than the screen.
States exhibit number 80. Again, here I can give you this in this photo. Use this. What's significant about this photo?
First is the documentation of hair on the ground. And then there's also further discolorations, which appear to be blood transfer as well.
States exhibit 81. This is where this photo is going to be more helpful to you, Investigator Crawford. Use that to point out the significance of that photo.
There's another discoloration here as well, and here as well. The projector doesn't show the red discoloration as you see it in the photographs.
And then lastly, States exhibit 82. That helps you. What would that photo signify?
It's more blood transfer on the floor in the living room / kitchen area.
Your Honor, we approach.
I think they're going to call it a day, aren't they? Or what? I mean, it's 6:10 in the evening. Look at the judge. He's like, let's go on. This judge is go, go, go. I want the coffee that he's having.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good stopping spot for the state's crew. So we're going to let it go. Being sequestered, a lot of the jury instructions I typically have to give about not being exposed to media hopefully won't be an issue, but I do have to tell you, you still can't communicate with anyone about this case at all, not even fellow jurors. It includes court officers, the bailiff, it includes the lawyers, the court, your own thoughts, opinions, or reactions. I think it would be hopefully impossible for you to research this. You never know, you may get exposed by something you see in a TV in a bar. So you cannot let yourself be exposed to that if possible. Do not form or express anything about the court until we submit it to you for deliberation for all the proof. Are you taking the dinner tonight? You know where they're going for dinner? Yes, sir. Where are you going?
Don't say it. I was going to say, don't announce that.
Okay. Please enjoy dinner tonight. I know I will. With that, I'll excuse you. We'll try to start around 9:30, so the court officer will have you back in court probably around 9:15.
Sir, keep your notepads. Take your notepads.
Okay, I'm guessing that's pretty much it. This judge has such a kind face. Look at him. It's like, where they're going for dinner. He's like, enjoy your dinner. I know I will. Donna says, thank you for your hard work, G. Thank you, Donna, for your support and for being a member for 14 months. If anyone's joining membership today, remember to check out the members only playlist. If you are ready now, we're going to buckle up and we're going to teleport to the next stream, which is ready for tomorrow, okay? So,
On the stand, just don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
he's got the same pen I do.
Any matters to be
He has a good choice in pens. I have a few of them. These Energel ones are my favorite. Look there. He's also, where's my blue one? It's somewhere here on the table. Trust me to notice his pen.
discussed before we break for the evening. State or defense.
Your Honor, may we approach one more time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, while they're approaching, buckle up because we're going to teleport. And what that means is I'm going to play the outro. Once the outro is finished playing, YouTube should automatically redirect you to the next stream, which will be for day 2 of this trial. Now, I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know what they're going to show us tomorrow. So when you see the thumbnail and it says the crime scene, it's a guess. They already showed us a lot of the crime scene today. And so just know, when I make thumbnails in advance, it's just, I'm just guessing. Sometimes I get it right and I'm like, wow, okay. So I think they'll continue to show us the apartment and maybe some surveillance and other evidence tomorrow. So let's just see that they don't say anything else. Hold on one second. Doesn't look like it. There they all stand. So are you ready? Is everybody ready to buckle up and redirect? You know what it means? And if you worry that, no, I'm not going to get redirected, then I'm going to be sharing the link, okay, of where to go in the chat. Then just click on it and go there and then click notify me. Remember to like. If you haven't yet liked this live stream, please do. It's a free way to support the work I do. You know what it does? It's not because you like the topic. The topic is grim. It's because you like the way that I present the crime.
Okay. Well, as far as the actual trial matter, you can give me that research, Mr. Weiss, and I'll instruct.
Sorry, let me just finish that sentence quick. It's not because you like the topic, it's because you might like the way that I present true crime, and then it lets YouTube know that you like it, and then I show it to more people.
The state accordingly, as far as any other matters to discuss on the record. No. All right, the court's in recess till 9 a.m.
Okay, the court is in recess until tomorrow. So, are we all ready? Are you buckled up? I hope so. Let me put in chat already here. Look, day 2. There we go. You can click on it and go there already. I'll race you there. Otherwise, you can just wait for the outro to finish and then you should go there automatically. All right? If you really feel lost, then don't worry. Just go to my channel and you'll see it already set up for tomorrow, okay? Here we go, everyone. Thank you so much for watching day 1 with me, and I'll be back with you tomorrow for day 2. Stay safe.